Gas prices dropped 20 cents a gallon.
Yes.
And Biden's still president.
Oil producers are optimistic.
Order so I can stop this political debate that's going on up here immediately. Not that anybody would misquote us, but I'm Senator Randy Robertson, and I want to point out this is the Senate Study Committee on Supporting Safety and Welfare of All Individuals in Department of Corrections Facility Study Committee. That's a mouthful, but it exactly sums up what this committee's responsibility is. I know there have been several reports out over the past few weeks dealing with other issues, and I want to make sure that we don't get confused with the responsibility of this committee, the responsibilities of the auditing service that the governor's office has brought on board to look at the Department of Corrections, nor the recent investigation that was conducted by the U.S. Department of Justice. And if that comes up in conversation, we can have that conversation. But I want to point out that the primary portion of this committee is to look at supporting safety and welfare of all individuals in the Georgia Department of Corrections. And with that clarification, I would like to ask if he would, the Dean of the Senate and my colleague and the delegation out of Columbus, Chairman Ed Harbison, if he would open this meeting with a prayer.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank
You
you.
bow with me. Father God, we thank you for the blessings of this meeting. Let us always remember that we should treat people well. We should be mindful of the laws we pass that affect people, both good and bad. So we're always trying to be in the godly light when we pass legislation in this body. These things we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. All right. Gentlemen, I recognize each of you as being employees and agents with the Georgia Department of Corrections. And what I wanted to talk about today was the multiple contracts that the Georgia Department of Corrections has with third-party providers so that we can understand the scope of what kind of services are being brought in to the Georgia Department of Corrections for the individuals being housed there. Also, we want to go through, and I guess probably maybe where we need to start is how the RFP process works in the Georgia Department of Corrections. The policies that drive it to ensure that we have continuity throughout the process, to make sure that everything is transparent and above board, because we are dealing with taxpayer dollars here. So with that, if the spokesman would introduce himself and start the testimony, I'd greatly appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Alan Watson, Chief of Staff for the Georgia Department of Corrections. And with me today is Mr. Ross Barano. I'll let him, he's our Agency Procurement Officer, introduce himself.
Hey, good morning, y'all. Ross Barano,
You can pull that mic a little closer, Ross. Thank you.
GDC's Director of Procurement and Agency Procurement Officer. So I lead the procurements, oversee all procurements and purchasing activities for the department.
Ross, will you give us a little bit of your background?
Sure. I've started at Central Georgia Technical College in 2008. So I've been with the state 16 years. All of it in purchasing or related to purchasing.
Thank you.
And I was going to start off, I know I'm going to have Ross go over the procurement process, but I also wanted to start off and just remind everybody that DOS also sets up mandatory statewide contracts and convenience contracts, and they bid those out. There may be multiple awards. We utilize the mandatory statewide
Explain
contract.
the acronym. DOS?
Oh, I'm sorry. The Department of Administrative Services State Purchasing Division. Okay,
Right. Everybody in the room doesn't work for the state, so we
Right.
want to make sure that we're clear.
thank you. So we utilize the mandatory statewide contracts in cases where there are established and it's a service we need. And then we use the convenience contracts, which are optional. We can use them if they're available and it's a service we need or a product. But
Okay, and explain the difference between the state contract that you
Okay.
have access to and the convenience contract.
so convenience contracts is state contracts set up by the Department of Administrative Services,
Right.
but it's not mandatory. So we can utilize it if it suits our needs. Or we can go to bid if we want.
Majority Leader Gooch.
I think the state uses those in other agencies as well.
They use them in all
And they're
agencies.
predetermined, pre-qualified contractors for certain type projects. Is there a dollar limit to how much you can contract with those?
No, there's not a dollar
Okay,
limit.
so $10 million construction project, you can go straight to work with those, or?
They don't normally do construction contracts through those vehicles.
I think other agencies may, but
And to kind of boil it down and keep in mind, if we're talking a vehicle, we're talking vehicles. You could have a convenience contract with a particular Ford dealership where they have a static
good example.
rate or cost price on vehicles. Say, and so y'all could go in here and use this and get administrative vehicles, get marked vehicles, whatever you need, just like other sheriff's offices could, just like other state departments could, and that price is applicable across the board. Would that be an example of a convenience contract?
Yeah, that's correct. They're mandatory contracts for administrative vehicles and police pursuit vehicles
Okay,
currently.
but I guess where sometimes you use the word convenience. The convenience is we don't have to do an RFP. We don't have to do a bid. Would that be right?
All of them are bid out. All state contracts are bid out.
No, I understand, but a convenience contract has already been bid out.
That's
And it's
correct.
sitting there. So when you get ready to spend budget money, you don't have to go through the RFP process. You can go in there and shop.
Yes, sir.
But if you wanted to go for something more unique, and we'll say, and I don't want to keep this too law enforcement centric, but if you needed a unique type of vehicle, then you would reach out to particular manufacturing groups where they would have to submit RFPs to create that vehicle.
That's correct.
Say if it's an emergency RV for disaster relief and things of that nature, you would have to do that, correct?
Yes, sir.
But tell me this, to Senator Gooch's question, if they provided that type of vehicle, could you go around the convenience or go past the convenience contract and bid it out?
Yes, that's the difference between mandatory and convenience. Mandatory, we're required to use them. The only way not to go through the vendors on that contract is to get a waiver from state purchasing division. But the convenience, you're not required to use, or therefore your convenience.
Would you give us an example of a mandatory contract?
The vehicle contracts are currently.
They are mandatory.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now give me a convenience, an example of a convenience.
Some vehicles are also on a convenience contract. It's vehicles made in Georgia. Currently, Kia is the only one that's available on that contract.
They have an incredible senator over there that represents them in that part of the state. We're very proud of Kia. It's Robertson, I think is his last. Yeah, thanks. I'll checks in the mail. But see how you lead them right to the answer. But okay, because what I don't want and what we see in government, and I think it's unique what's going on right now on the federal level when we talk about efficiency, is that when these mandatory contracts are put in place, it would take a waiver to go around a mandatory contract. Where does that waiver come from?
State Purchasing Division, Department of Administrative Services.
And what is required to get that waiver?
A good justification. Sometimes it's price. If you can go out and show that there's other vendors not on contract that can offer a better price, you're not required. You can get that waiver there. Inability to provide it in a reasonable time frame. We ran into that during COVID where several contractors on contract were unable to do it. And we were able to find it, through other vendors and they were willing to give us waivers for that kind of thing.
Very good. And to be clear, every contract entered into by the Georgia Department of Corrections goes across your desk.
Yes. In a way, there are some that are legal contracts. Our legal team will kind of be the signing party on that, but anything they're signing,
When you say legal, we're talking personnel though, right?
yes, sir.
Right. But any contract that purchases a widget of any type comes across your desk?
Yes.
Okay. Appreciate that. Chairman Albers.
How often do you typically have to go out of that process and do a one-off? I mean, is it 5% of the time, 50% of the time? Just curious.
You're saying that we issue a solicitation rather than going through statewide contract? It's fairly regular. The state establishes the statewide contracts for goods, services that they see all agencies needing and using. So typically they won't go out and establish statewide contract for stuff specifically used just by corrections or transportation, something like that.
And I believe we found in the past when the state does identify those vendors for state contracts, sometimes it's a one size fits all. And sometimes what might seem like a good deal is actually not a good deal anymore. They may have been negotiated years ago, or perhaps we aren't getting the best value for it. So in that case, is that why you all are going outside of that because it just doesn't fit or you're finding better options?
I can't think off the top of my head any times that we have established an agency contract that is for the same goods or services that state already has a convenience contract in place for.
I only say that because years ago, I'd helped a couple of state agencies where they were negotiating contracts for, actually for broadband. Senator Gooch is led on that. And the state contract was about 3 times more than what the average person could get. So we were actually way overpaying in that case as opposed to underpaying. And that actually filtered down to our cities, counties, and school systems as well. So I think as we're going through this, it's always to be mindful that we need to continue to look at that with a keen eye.
And so what percentage of the contracts, like Chairman Albert was just talking about, what percentage of your contracts have to go outside of the established state contracts? Roughly.
I'd hate to even guess at it, sir.
Well, would you?
I can.
Well,
look at
just,
it.
and I'll take the answer later, but would you say that the vast majority fall within the state negotiated contracts for goods and services? And I understand legal's different.
We can go back and get
Because,
you an actual
right,
number.
and we're going to get a little deeper into it because
Right.
goods and services, we're talking about everything from paper products all the way up to inmate healthcare, right?
Correct.
Yeah, and most
And-
paper products and all those are pretty common, and we use the statewide contracts.
Right. But the vast majority of the goods and services that DOC needs fairly unique to DOC, wouldn't you think?
Usually it's more of our large providers, like for, private prisons, healthcare, education, those are. more-
Food services,
Food service, those. are more-
telephones,
Yes, telephones. Those are more of the services that we have to put out to contract.
and equipment associated with those, whether it's kitchen equipment, whether it's healthcare equipment, beds, things of that nature.
So the kitchen equipment, we do our own agency contract for kitchen equipment and laundry equipment.
Okay.
So
So I know we're going to get down into the weeds on some of these things today. We just want to try to understand. Now, on the contracts that are not already secured by the state, does the Department of Corrections create the RFP and send that out?
yes,
Who creates that?
My team leads it. We have an issuing officer that works in central procurement. We build the solicitation by bringing in all the stakeholders, get their thoughts, input. If it's a contract we had previously, we'll kind of start with what was in that contract previously and go through what's working well, what's not working well, make adjustments to the requirements to hopefully improve things and eliminate any pain points.
So how big is your team that creates this RFP? And just as an example, we're doing an RFP for food services.
Yes, I currently have 17 on my staff. For the large procurements, typically it's going to be myself, my deputy director, one of our managers is kind of serving lead, especially a huge contract like medical, something like that. For smaller services, we might have someone else on the team serving as the issuing officer for it.
And how's that RFP advertised?
It goes out through Team Georgia Marketplace. It's the state's, all agencies advertise open solicitations through the same software. It goes out publicly on the internet. Suppliers, any supplier can register in the system. They sign up for commodity codes and IGP codes that they're interested in receiving information on or opportunities on. So whenever we are building the solicitation, we identify all the NIGP codes that are associated with what we're going out to bid for. And then they get an automatic notification that the bid has been posted and a link to, view the solicitation documents.
As far as contracts are concerned and clawbacks, several years ago, Alan will remember, we had entered an agreement for electronic medical records and system with our friends out in Augusta. And that ended up being an unmitigated disaster for your all's time, a lot of wasted time, a lot of wasted state funds. And ultimately, we had to pull the plug on that. how do we recover dollars from that when we lost so much time and money? And are we creating our contracts in such a way that if the vendors in that case did not perform as they had intended to, that we are not hurt by that?
So we put a lot of performance metrics in our contracts. That contract was a little different because we had an agreement with Augusta University that was an intergovernmental, if I remember correctly. And they contracted with the supplier, so we didn't have as much direct control over that. But we've learned from those types of situations, and we do have performance, depending on what type of contract it is. We have very rigorous performance metrics that we put in place, and we were going to talk about those as we go through the different contracts.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I think that got discussed a little bit at the last study
Mhm.
committee meeting that we had, because I happened to serve on Chairman Albert's subcommittee on appropriations in DOC when that first came out. And that was a substantial amount of taxpayer dollars that were lost in that process. I mean, to not dance around the point. But when we normally do these RFPs, do we also put in barriers to protect us from subcontractors who may fail? Or is it typical that we put full trust into the individual that wins the RFP? While, and I don't mean this in a derogatory way, while ignoring the fact that they may go out and hire subs to do some of the work that we've given them the responsibility to do.
So our job is to hold the primary
The primary.
contractor accountable. So they may use subs, but their performance bond will be what we go after if the sub does not complete their duties.
Thank you. Ross, if you want to,
You wanna go through the
once
process?
once the RFP is created by you and your team and it goes out, are there certain requirements that individuals who may, are there requirements when they go onto the system, to get onto the system, to be issued the number in order to become a part of the process?
It's their responsibility to sign up for it, but it's
No,
fully open.
I understand that completely. But when they go to sign up for it,
Mhm.
are there parameters built into the system that can prevent individuals who aren't really qualified from gaming it and getting into the system to have an opportunity to bid on a contract?
No, sir, I wouldn't say there's anything to prevent them from bidding. It would go through the evaluation process, and that's where we would identify non-responsible suppliers. If they're on a debarred list, federal or state, we look at that during the evaluation process to try to weed out any
Attempts at fraud or anything of that nature, where if J&R Incorporated tries to come in there and get a contract that would normally go to like a Bob Barker or somebody like that, something that y'all would be able to, the system would catch them. And that wouldn't necessarily be you individuals, but the software would catch them saying these individuals do not have the capabilities to compete in this particular arena? Or are we just playing it by ear?
As far as what the system will catch, I don't believe there's any kind of guardrails there that anybody interested would be eligible to sign up and submit a bid.
So there's really nothing stopping anybody from coming in and signing up on our system. A company from Taiwan, a company from Tokyo, or a company from Toccoa.
Yes, sir.
That may wanna come in
And I'm not
sign up.
an expert on the registration process, so I
So once they clear the registration process, they have the RFP, then there's a deadline for them to submit, correct?
correct.
Okay. Who reviews, when all the RFP, the bids come in, are all the bids sealed?
Yes. We
Okay.
were unable to view anything until the bid closes, and at that time, all the submissions, it's all done electronically through Team Georgia Marketplace. And once the bid closes, all submitted bid documents are available for us to view.
Okay, who is us?
The issuing officer,
Okay, so who would that be?
depends on the procurement. It's somebody in,
Is it a single individual?
yes, sir.
Is it, what's that single individual's role when viewing those submitted RFPs?
Initially, they do an administrative review, and that's where we look at kind of the things, are they on any kind of debarred list? Have they met all the minimum requirements that we put out there? We have a list, excuse me, with an RFP. You have mandatory questions and mandatory scored questions. The mandatory questions are just yes, nos. and we go through those. If they answer no to something that's a required yes, they're disqualified immediately and don't pass on through the further evaluation.
And this is a single individual with this authority?
Yes,
And who would that individual be, or would it depend on what the product was?
it would depend on who's, just who gets assigned the solicitation.
So is it a crapshoot? Is it a roll of the dice who gets assigned, or is there a matrix that determines who gets assigned this opportunity?
We just manage it, who's, available, to handle the workload, and that depends on the size and scope of the procurement.
Okay,
Can I add something?
sure, absolutely.
So I would say that the individuals who are the issuing officer, they meet a different skill set. So it's not just somebody who just started in procurement. It's.
No, I was assuming that.
Okay.
that and where I'm going at is, it would seem to me, and look, I've sat on RFP reviewed committees looking at healthcare for large jails, small prisons, things of that nature. And so I appreciate the expertise that individual would have to have with that particular RFP as they went through it. But at the same time, I also appreciate the power that that individual has too, because I would love to know what the numbers are on how many times that the Georgia Department of Corrections or another large state agency accepts a bid from somebody and ends up getting sued by the individuals that lose the bid. And it's always claims that somebody's gaming the system. And so what I want to be clear on, and as we go through this, is that we have a very clear understanding of the process. So the RFP goes out and it comes in, and it happens to be because of workload, opportunity, and other thing, one particular employee that has the skill set is given the opportunity to review all the RFPs to make sure that they all meet the standard, they all are accomplishing what we want to accomplish, and anyone that doesn't is kicked out. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, the contracts that are kicked out, or the bids that are kicked out, how are those individuals notified that they are no longer in the running, or are they notified that they are no longer in the running?
They're notified depending on the value of the procurement. There's a notice of intent to award. Then once the full evaluation is completed, we post the notice of intent to award, and at that time, all procurement records become open for viewing.
So the notice with the intent to award is basically telling everybody who's getting it.
Correct.
So is that when everybody else finds out that they're not the ones?
Correct.
Okay, so there's no opportunity if somebody submits something and there is a question that doesn't, there's no opportunity for correction or appeal. Is that true?
I would say yes, for
Okay.
correction or appeal. There is a clarification process. If
Okay.
there's something that's unclear in their procurement response, that we can't make a determine, did they meet the requirement, did they not? We have an opportunity to go out and request that clarification.
And we go out would be the individual who's reviewing all of the RFPs to
The
begin
issuing
with.
officer, yes, sir.
If that, say it again?
The issuing officer.
The
would
issuing
be responsible
officer
for
would
sending
look
out.
at it and they could reach back to company, Acme, whatever, and say, hey, looking through your RFP, this is a little unclear here. So, and they could have an opportunity to clarify that.
Correct. And,
Okay.
and I would say a common reason someone would be determined to be ineligible for award is non-responsive. And that means that they did not submit one of the required documents.
Right. And so once he or she has determined that all of the submitted bids are falling to, are compliant, there's no issues, then where do the bids go?
Then it goes to the evaluation team. So again, kind of depending on the size and the scope, we pull in the stakeholders, the experts in the field of what we're going out to bid for. Typically, it's several people, at least 3 is kind of what we've established as our minimum. And again, it depends on the area. So I mean, if it's healthcare, we definitely want the healthcare folks. With the large healthcare involving technology, we also bring in the IT folks so they can provide input on, the technological pieces of it.
Where would you pull the healthcare folks and the IT folks from? Within the Department of Corrections?
Yeah, typically it's all going to be agency staff. It has to be a state employee to serve on the evaluation committee. There might be a waiver process with state purchasing to allow somebody outside of state employment to serve on the committee. And then you can also have subject matter experts that are not state employees, but they're just there to provide guidance and don't actually score the responses.
They're just there for advice,
Correct.
things of that nature.
Yes, sir.
As an example, if you were going to do something with technology, would you ever pull in GTA for their cybersecurity?
Yes, sir.
Have-
There's requirements for technology that GTA has established that any of those procurements have to go through their review.
Great, thank you.
Okay, and so the committee reviews the RFPs and then what's their role?
They score the responses, the mandatory scored responses. They have 5 different categories they can put them in, from adequate to excellent to poor. And then in between those, each designation gets a certain percentage of the available points for that question. And so once they go through they score them individually first, on their own, and then they submit them back to the issuing officer. And then we meet as a committee, and go back through everyone's answers. There's another opportunity to change your answer, but you have to explain, why you're changing your answer, and back it up with facts. Because sometimes an evaluator misread the response or didn't understand it, and somebody else is able to explain to them what it means or why it would be a good thing. And they're given the opportunity to change their score. Once that full committee finishes the evaluation process, the issuing officer goes back and takes those technical points and combines them with the cost points. Each supplier will also have a cost score, and that does not go to the evaluation committee. They don't see the cost at all. That gets scored by the issuing officer as well, and that's just based on a formula of the lowest cost gets all the available points, and then everybody else gets a percentage of those available points based on how their cost compares percentage-wise to the low score.
Okay, help me understand, why does the low score get all the available points?
That's just the formula. It's considered, I guess, the best cost score. So they receive the full percentage of available points.
So the old low bid
Correct.
standard?
Yeah.
Okay,
So will you also speak to the weight of between the cost proposal and the technical proposal?
Sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, you get 1,000 points on the solicitation, and you can split those points between cost and technical. Typically, the technical is weighted much higher than the cost. That's kind of the whole point of the RFP. If we didn't have, if cost was the driving factor, we'd be looking at.
and tactical means that we're getting everything we need to drive the mission that we're trying to drive.
Correct.
To
They've
the
been,
best way possible.
yes, sir.
Right.
They've been
So
identified as the best
Quality
solution.
comes in on that side, correct?
Correct, yep.
Yeah, okay.
So typically it's between 60 and 80% goes to the technical side, and then the remaining points go to cost.
Okay, that seems to make a little more sense, that we're not just looking for the least expensive solution, but that we're putting more weight on the side of the RFP that it actually accomplishes what we're trying to accomplish.
Correct.
Okay, and so once your committee has determined the scores and we get ready to award the contract, then those who fail to get the contract are notified by the fact of who is getting the contract, correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
And then there's that notice of intent to award is to put it out there publicly who the intended awardee is, and it gives the other suppliers the opportunity to then request and review everybody's solicitation documents, comb through everybody's technical scores and all that, and challenge the award if they find reason to do so.
and what percentage would you say when you do these big awards, do those who lose challenge or ask for the documents for an opportunity to appeal?
It is very common for them to ask for the documents on any procurement. I mean, everybody wants to know, why didn't I get it? But I would say with large procurement, anything over $1 million or more, it's pretty common for it to be challenged by someone just because it's worth their time to kind of dig into it and try to get the award.
How many procurements would you think y'all have that are less than $1 million?
A fairly high number, I would say, more than under a million than over.
Are those more prison specific or agency wide?
I would say prison, well, maybe a little bit of both, but mostly prison specific. And that's going to be your pest control at the facility or trash services, something like that.
Okay, and so brings us to another question, and we'll let pest control be the train here. So does each individual prison contract their own pest control, or is this a contract where a large company can manage the pest control at all of our prisons?
We bid it out at each facility because we haven't been able to find any large companies that cover all of our facilities.
So do we run into a problem with continuity of service when we do that?
Or just cost. I mean, if they're an Atlanta-based company and say, yes, we can provide the service, they're driving from Atlanta down to South Georgia, and we're going to pay for their time and mileage to get down there to service it, where you
But
might
there's-
have someone local that can serve.
But there's nothing stopping them from winning the contract and then subbing out to those
There is not.
places, because we do that in other areas,
Correct.
obviously. So.
They would have that opportunity. Yeah, if a large company was interested in bidding on it, it's open to everybody.
Well, and well, I appreciate that. The other concern I have is pricing too, because we have different pricing around different parts of the state, but also continuity of service. We have a consistency, I think we find, to where I know a lot of times some of the complaints, and look, myself and Chairman Albers have been in many jails and many prisons, unindicted, I want to say, and not sentenced, but they are what they are. And like I told everybody, for the most part, they're very unattractive yet clean places. They're not pretty. But some of the concerns that have been is, we worry about roaches and rodents and other things in those places. And so I'm concerned if, and I appreciate that. And that's something I guess we can drill down a little more on how many contracts cover the entire system, and then how many contracts cover individual prisons. And I understand in some prisons are primarily focused on healthcare. So you would have some unique, I think, services needed there, whether it's with a supplier of oxygen and other things that normally wouldn't be needed at a prison that doesn't have the same number of healthcare beds. But when we talk about something as universal as pest control, you would think that we want the exact same service provided at every facility that the citizens of Georgia own in the state of Georgia.
So we cover that in what we bid out. The technical requirements are the same for all vendors. And then we are deputy wardens of administration. Their team is responsible for validating that they come out on the monthly basis and do the spraying or rodent control, whatever it is. But
So-
the technical requirements between prisons are the same. The
So-
vendor may be
right.
different.
The technical requirements are exactly the same.
Correct.
Uh,
Well, unless it is a specialty like you're talking about with Augusta University or Augusta Medical Prison. If there's something unique there, then it might be added. But the basic pest control requirements are the same for all prisons.
only in the north. But, well, the gnats, you're right. But how good is our checks and balances on this down at the ground level, where we make sure the service that our taxpayers are paying for is being provided to the level that it needs to be
So that's monitored by the facility, like I said,
by the individual
by the
facility
individual
itself?
facility, but we also conduct audits on our prisons. So we make sure that those things are being taken care of. And the audits, they review the contracts and they review, because we keep logs of when people come out. So we audit those as well.
And who is we audit? Who is
Uh,
we that audits?
The
those?
Office of Professional Standards conducts a statewide audit and they bring in people from the different areas with the different expertise to audit different areas.
And how often do we do these audits?
So we do them annually. I'll ask Matt, that's correct.
Unless there's a red flag somewhere, and then we can initiate an audit.
If there's a red flag, we do follow-ups.
Okay, excellent.
So-
And I hope y'all appreciate the reason we ask these questions is because these are the first time we leave a crack uncovered.
Right.
It's when people start saying, well, you didn't ask this, you didn't ask that. There's an opportunity for bad to happen here, an opportunity for bad to happen there. And our job is to make sure that y'all have filled in all of these cracks so that our facilities are clean, they're safe for not only the individuals living there, but for the men and women that come in and work there 24/7 throughout the year. And so that's where I just want to make sure that we're not missing something. And when we talk about something as small, and to people that live there, it's not small, and I appreciate that, pest control. That when we start getting up into these bigger things, food service contracts, communications contracts, technology contracts, that we're making sure that we have the exact same thing throughout. So once the contracts are approved and once the contract has been awarded, what normally happens after that point?
Our contracts only go for a year typically. Since we can't obligate funds we don't have, we can only say what we have in our current budget. So there's an annual renewal process. The state standard is initial term of 1 year and then 4 renewals for a total contract length of 5 years. Sometimes it's the issuing officer that stays on that contract. Sometimes it gets assigned to somebody else on my procurement team and they manage the contract throughout its life. There's an annual renewal that we will do. During that process, there's another check and balance where we ask the end user to fill out a contract assessment report, and they score the vendor, how they've performed. If there's negative, and give their opinion get their opinion on whether or not they feel like the contract should be renewed. And so the issuing officer or contract manager will review that document. If there's issues or they say they don't believe it should be renewed, we'll dig in further, get more information on why, request all the documentation showing any issues that were experienced, with the vendor. And we have that opportunity to not renew it and bid it back out. Even we always ask, for them to let us know, the contract manager know if there's any issues with the supplier at any point, not just during that annual review process, to let us know so we can address it immediately. We always want to get documentation on that so there's not a he said, she said situation, keep it in writing. If there is any issue with the vendor's performance during the contract period, we will start with just a phone call and say, try to get both sides of the story, find out what's going on, see if we can resolve the issue. If there is no way to resolve it or we continue to have the issue, we'll issue a notice of concern and give them a deadline to resolve whatever the problem is. And if they're unable to do so, we have the opportunity to terminate the contract. 30 days notice is what's built into the contract, just kind of standard state terms. If there's a major issue that is endangering the safety of staff or the offenders, we're able to terminate immediately.
Real quick, Leader Gooch.
Quick question on your renewals. Are they indexed on inflation? Or does that price get locked in for 4 years? I understand you renew it every year for up to 4 years, but is there an index for the CPI?
There's the opportunity to put that into the contract if there's reason for it. Typically, no, there's no guarantee raise in the contract, whatever it is, kind of the first year. With major procurements, we will ask them to kind of give us the cost. I mean, we try to evaluate the cost for the life of the contract, or at least, like a 5-year term. So we have some idea if they anticipate increases.
So the renewal is negotiable, the price on the renewal?
The renewal is not really negotiable. I mean, the standard state contract terms say that the state has sole decision in renewing the contract. So a vendor cannot decline it. If they do decline it or stop performing services under it, they would be in breach of contract.
If they ask for a 5% or 10% increase for that second year, you could give it to them without procurement procedure.
Correct. If it will exceed 10% over the original awarded contract value, that's when we have to go back to state purchasing division and get approval for an increase of that size.
Okay.
So up to 9%.
Correct.
How-
Well, up to 10%.
Oh, up to
Anything
10.
over
Everything
10%.
over 10.
Yeah,
Okay,
10%.
anything over 10.
Right.
How often does that happen?
Lately, very, very regular for them to come back and ask for an increase
How often do you think we deny that?
regularly.
Okay.
We, I mean, we
Point is negotiable then, right?
say that again.
That would be negotiable then.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, anytime they are asking for an increase, we require them to provide documentation and an explanation for why. Back it up with, reasoning for why their cost is increasing or doing business or whatever. And we try to be reasonable with them. Even though they're locked into that contract, if we're unwilling to work with them and give them a justifiable increase, they're not going to be willing to bid on a state contract in the future, and we don't want to run off suppliers because we're unwilling to follow the market, so to speak.
Right, and which is the reason they have to have a good reason for that,
Correct.
because we don't want to run off good suppliers, but we also don't want to become known as the place that
Yeah.
you get basically a 4-year contract with the renewals, 5 years with the
5.
renewals.
Yes, sir.
And we don't want people to think, well, after the first year, you can just keep, because in the second year, they can go through the same process, right? The second renewal,
Every year.
every year you could do a
Correct.
10%.
Right,
So theoretically, increase yeah,
that's right.
Chairman Albers.
I believe what you're alluding to more recently is, we just went through 45-year high inflation. So I'm guessing more people have come back over these last several years because of that than maybe it was 10 years ago versus the last 4 or
That's
5
correct.
years.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say pre-pandemic,
Keep talking.
it wasn't uncommon, but not to the level we've seen lately. It was much less common. Usually we would be able to get to a 5-year contract without increasing price.
So assuming that might level off now, that will hopefully have
We
less people
certainly
coming
hope so.
back.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Does it make us feel like we're being held hostage sometimes in this market, or does it seem pretty flexible where a lot of times our business is so important to them that if we don't necessarily reach an impasse where they realize, okay, we're just gonna have to eat this for this year, and hopefully in the next renewal negotiation, we can continue to have a conversation. I mean, we're being good partners on both sides for the most part, what you're finding.
I think that, yeah,
Yeah.
I'd say that's fair.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I want to add one piece because I know you're concerned about the quality assurance. So one of, I talked about the annual audits that we do, but on a lot of these small contracts, we have a process in place that we run through our finance department that we call quarterly close. And what we do is we get the local financial folks at the facility, at the regional business office, and at headquarters, and we go through every contract, and we make sure that we've been making payments, that the contracts have been set up, and we don't make payment for like pest control unless they've come out and it's been documented. So we also watch from that level to make sure that the vendors are coming out and performing the services and that things are being addressed.
And that, something you said there makes me feel better. So we have financial individuals at each prison that manage the books coming in and out. This is not not to begrudge anybody, but this isn't just admin entering invoices into a system.
That's
This is
correct.
somebody that actually is managing the invoices, bills, and everything at the local level.
Yes, we have some folks at the local level. The majority of the work is done at the regional offices. We condensed to regional offices back during the budget cuts a few years ago, but we still have a few business folks in every location. They will send their request up to the regional office, and we have more specialty there, people who know procurement
Right.
better and things of that nature and contracts. And then they work closely with headquarters, and we have 3 regional business offices. But we do have folks at every level.
Okay. How many regions do we have?
3. We have the north, southeast, and southwest.
And how many prisons are in each region?
That varies.
Is it based on population?
It's more geography.
Okay, it's more geography, because I was thinking if it was based on I was thinking inmate population as opposed, but
It's
geography.
more geography.
Okay,
And that it can change. We shifted it a couple years ago.
right. So, but each region has what you feel is enough staffing to manage this And look, this is the part behind the wall of a prison that most people don't, that people ever think about, is
Right.
the management of those individual facilities there.
That's
The
correct.
nuts and bolts that come with running a facility 365 days a year.
Right.
So, and I really appreciate that. Okay, so the contracts are awarded.
Mhm.
And where does what opens the door occasionally to where I think we've had lawsuits related to healthcare, food service, and communications in the past. But these are done by individuals who fully understand the process and they just didn't win. Does that tend to be
You're talking about protests?
yeah.
Yeah, and the protest is not necessarily a lawsuit. That's a
Well, I mean,
process.
there have been in the
Yes,
past.
There have been
lawsuits, yeah,
protests.
yeah.
Well, yeah, there have been lawsuits.
Yeah. And these are just usually vendors who just failed to win through the RFP process that we just talked about, right?
If they fail in the RFP process, they can only go through the protest
Okay.
process.
So where,
That there's two opportunities for protest. If they feel like the solicitation is unfair, before the award gets made, they have the opportunity to protest that and say, hey, your requirements are limiting competition or
and that's where,
unfairly limiting.
that's where somebody would write an RFP, and we've known it's happened in the past, and we've had the opportunity to write some RFPs where we avoided that, but we do know that there have been in past, in federal government, I know there's been a few accusations where RFPs are written so narrow that basically they're writing it right to the front door of whatever company or vendor they want to do business with, right?
Correct.
And so there's some protests
That'd be their opportunity.
making that accusation.
Yes.
Okay,
I've never experienced that. I don't believe
Right.
in my history with GDC.
because I've read a couple of them. I read way too much on one dealing with communications, and it all seemed pretty wide open to me, where I don't know how they could figure out that we were trying to target a particular vendor.
Right.
But okay, beyond the protests and everything, it's just business as usual. The day that the contract's supposed to start, it starts, right?
Correct.
Okay. And as the process moves through, and let's jump away from pest control and jump into something huge like healthcare. How do we ensure that the approximately 50,000 men and women who are being held by our prison system are receiving the health care that we asked for in the RFP that went out in the contract we signed?
So that we have, on all of our contracts, we set up a monitoring process. So for the healthcare contract, we have a team within our Office of Health Services. It's 9 nurses. They're highly qualified. They all are assigned 4 or 5 prisons, and they go pretty much every week, but at a minimum of every 2 weeks. And they walk through and, they work closely with the healthcare providers so they make sure if they have any problems, if they have any concerns, any issues they're having, they learn those. They monitor to make sure they're following our SOPs, which are very clear and meet ACA standards. And if there's any problems that come up, we begin to address them immediately.
Is our healthcare contract is it a single contract?
No, we have 3 primary components to our healthcare contract.
Okay, now we have a healthcare contract. You said we have 3 primary components. Are those 3 primary components a part of the healthcare contract?
Yes, we have a physical healthcare
Right.
contract, a mental and
Mental-
dental health
Right.
contract, and a pharmacy contract.
Okay, are those bid out separate?
Yeah, yes, they are currently.
Okay, so when we do the RFP for the healthcare contract, we do not include mental health, dental health, or
Pharmacy.
pharmacy.
That's for physical healthcare.
Okay, so it's strictly for physical healthcare. So do we have a single contract for pharmacy?
Yes,
Do we have a single contract for mental health?
mental and dental are combined.
Mental and, okay. And
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I was gonna say, I'm very familiar with the dental industry.
Right.
And I have a copy of the DSM-5 sitting on my desk at home, but I'm trying to figure out how those two, so we write an RFP looking for a single vendor to provide mental health and dental health.
Correct.
Okay.
And actually, that current contract we have for mental and dental health, we've had for 27 years. We've rebid it, but the same vendors.
Same vendor gets it.
But they,
Speaking of mental and dental,
Oh,
Senator
that's- I'm interested to follow up on the one provider in the two categories, the dental and the mental, as well as the pharmacy. Why only one provider? And are they of I'm sorry, not Columbus, are they of Georgia or just statewide, or just how did that we use the statewide or only in Georgia? I'm trying to say, or Georgia providers, or they from anywhere? That's what I'm after. Or, and why only single as opposed to maybe two or three vendors
so,
for each category?
okay, I can explain that. So when it comes to physical health and mental and dental, our offenders move from facility to facility. So if you have regional, and some states have tried that approach to have regional providers in different parts of the state, but you lose continuity of care because it's, you may get.
But there's
different-
a standard, isn't it? That you have a standard. And so when you bring them aboard, they have to adhere to that standard, right?
That is correct, but it helps, and I can get Randy to come up and speak to it some too, but it's better if you have providers who are working closely together so they understand the offender's healthcare, just like our own personal healthcare. So, your doctor knows your history. And if you move from place to place and provider to provider, you can lose some of that continuity. Randy, would you like to?
So if you change providers, they don't have the same, they're not, the data they have is not yours, but theirs.
no,
It's
it's,
proprietary,
I
I'm
can
saying.
tell you on the dental side, the records belong to the patient. But to touch on this, and I'm thinking on the dental side, you contract out to ABC.
Mhm.
ABC goes out and understands the scope of service they have to provide. So ABC hires contract dentists. We had a former senator I know that served from down on the coast, and he was a part of his practice was
That's right.
contract dentistry where he provided services. And those contract dentists have to meet the standards of
The provider
the provider.
of the contract.
Therefore, we have continuity. So if inmate Joe down in Savannah gets transferred over to Columbus, to Jack T. Rutledge, then their records will follow them. And we know that the type of service they receive down in Savannah will be conducive with the type of service that they receive in Columbus. And there's no one provider having to reach to another provider of the same service to try to clarify where that person's at in the, if it gets kind of twisted there at the end, but making sure that we have continuity as that individual moves around the state.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And Randy?
Yeah,
your
that's
mic's on.
exactly right. Continuity of care. There's a couple of states, one in particular that has a split system. That's Texas, has Texas Tech handles the northeast section of Texas, and University of Texas Medical Branch handles the rest of the state. So some states have a good dual vendors in place, but in Georgia, we have one proprietary vendor. We've historically had Augusta University for 25 years managed all of that. And so with our contract, we bid for one vendor to manage all of that, because one vendor can cover scale and have all the parts to take care of all the offenders. And then a continuity of care, they have one state medical director for the vendor as opposed to multiple medical directors for the vendor. And so that the medical record is maintains the continuity of care, particularly with this movement. And so that's why we have one provider for medical service.
Randy, that medical director, where, and let's use the mental dental, since we're talking about that. Where is that medical director at?
In Georgia.
Okay. Does he or she, are they medical directors under any other contracts, or is it just that contract?
Just this contract.
Okay, is that their only job, if you will?
Yes.
Okay, so they may work for a provider. I know they're big physical healthcare providers that cover multiple systems. They may have the contract in Georgia, they may have the contract in North Carolina, South Carolina, but in our state, do we mandate that each one of our contracts have a medical director? And is that medical director the sole director of what goes on in Georgia? Or is there the opportunity for them to be the medical director in other states also?
They're solely responsible to this state and they have an office, associated central office just for this contract. It's so big. We wrote that in the RFP and there's no way that we would ever allow them to cross jurisdictional like that.
Okay, something was said just a few minutes ago that our mental dental has been under the same vendor for 25 years. Who is that vendor?
Centurion,
Okay, and Centurion's been around for quite a while, either as Centurion or as other names. Is that correct?
yes.
Okay, and is the reason that, and it's a rhetorical question, it has to be, is the reason that we have given this company our business for 25 years is because they are the best company to provide the services that we need for the men and women housed in our prisons?
Well, they went through an RFP process in 2019, I believe, Ross.
Yeah, we've rebid it.
Yeah, it was
on a
rebid
regular
again, and they
basis.
continue to rebid. What happens, these companies, particularly with Centurion on the mental and dental health, they become very good at what they do over time. And then other companies either compete and don't meet the requirements or the technology or the technical scores or the cost scores. And then so the legacy company continues to win that product over and over again.
And I think that's a great term to use, legacy company, because there tends to be a natural reaction when we hear about somebody continuing to get a contract. You know, in the world we live in today, there's always these people to in one side or the other that comes up with some nefarious reason as to why they get them. But a lot of times it's because they're tested, they've performed, and every 5 years, this contract is rebid, correct? A new RFP is put out there and they have to meet the standards that anybody else can, correct?
Correct. For some of our larger contracts like healthcare that we want more continuity than maybe 5 years, we do have the opportunity to request a longer contract period from State Purchasing Division. So I know with our current healthcare contract, it's got the opportunity for non-renewals and not just the 4.
Okay, so the mental dental, when's the last, was it 2019? I think.
That's when it was awarded, so it would have been
Okay.
listed in 2018.
So this company, this current company that has that contract, they have gone through the bid process multiple times.
That's correct.
Okay, and have, based on the metrics that you laid out there earlier, have outperformed other individuals attempting to get the contract.
Correct.
Have we ever had a contract where only one vendor applied?
Yes.
And what type of contract would that be?
Smaller ones like local pest control.
Okay,
like-
just, but not in healthcare,
No, sir. not
Okay.
That I'm aware of.
because these are behemoth companies out there. And the reason I brought up the name is because I've watched throughout the years that some of the larger ones tend to absorb the smaller ones. And of course, with that comes name changes and other things. And I still must tell you, I find it odd that mental and dental are there together. And you said earlier that Augusta at some point was part of this contract? Did you say Augusta University? Or?
No, I was just saying that when we left Augusta University,
Okay.
that was our legacy for almost 27 years. That was our legacy healthcare provider. They did not provide mental health nor dental
Okay.
as part of their contract, but
Right.
the state was under the obligation to find a dental mental health provider back in the day. And that's how we continue to have that company today.
And I think something that has to be pointed out is that these are full service healthcare companies, correct?
Yes,
And when we talk about dental, we're talking about much, much more than extractions or filling cavities, correct?
right.
And this is all factored into the contract, into the bid price, written into the RFP, that oral surgery and other things are provided for the individual being housed in our prisons, right?
That's correct.
Okay, through their lifespan in our prison, whether they're there for 5 to 7 years or whether they're there for life. This is something that is considered when we write these RFPs and when these contracts are bidded on, correct?
Yes, dental health, we consider dental health an essential health need.
Oh, yeah, and
Yes,
and amazingly enough, I think dental health has a correlation with mental health too. I mean, in
It does.
the real world. Okay, now the physical health contract. Who currently holds that contract?
That is Centurion as well.
Okay.
And I would just want to clarify.
And I want to be clear now on this real quick. That's two separate contracts that Centurion had bid on. And they were awarded both of those contracts. But I'll ask the next question next. Go ahead and say what you were going to say.
Well, I just wanted to clarify on mental and dental health. That was actually a company that first awarded it or was awarded the contract was called MHM. And as you said, they changed names. MHM was bought up by Centurion.
Okay. How long ago was MHN bought up by Centurion?
Well, it went to Centene first. It was bought by Centene, which is another large healthcare company. And then Centene later sold it to Centurion. I think that was around the time we awarded in 2019.
Was that 19?
It might have been a little later. It might have
Okay.
been 20 or 22.
Did they have, but they did not have our healthcare, our physical.
They did not
health
have
at
our
that
physical
time.
healthcare at the
Okay.
time.
Okay. Now the physical healthcare, how long have they had that contract?
Oh, we just awarded that in
Okay.
July.
And did we award that through the normal process?
Yes, that process went out to bid.
Yeah. No, I understand that. And I think you know where this was kind of a unique situation though, right?
Correct.
Okay, can we explain what situation led to the contract being rebid?
Yeah. So they were not meeting the performance requirements of the contract. We were getting a lot of complaints from their suppliers because they use hospitals and specialty clinics that they set up a network of. And a lot of them were not being paid. And so because they weren't meeting those performance requirements and they were also not meeting our requirements for care behind the wire, because we really stress for security purposes to do as much behind the wire as possible. And they were sending more people out, which was driving the cost up. So because of those factors, we were allowed to go back to our procurement, and Centurion was number 2 on the procurement, and get updated pricing from both companies and award based on that.
Okay, so the company that had it before,
WellPath,
okay, Wellpac, did they protest the rebidding of this contract?
they have filed a protest and they also filed a lawsuit.
Okay, but through our auditing system and through the individuals through their subcontractors, if you will,
Mhm.
we had received enough information to determine that, number one, they were outside of the scope of the RFP as far as farming out services that we had intended to occur inside the wire and impacting the overall health we felt of the individuals that they're supposed to be providing healthcare for.
That's correct.
Okay. So, and that's reasonable. And of course, with a lawsuit filed, I don't want to touch the third rail of anything in the courts in any of these hearings, but I just want to be clear because I know that was something that we all looked at a few years back when this situation manifested itself.
Mhm.
And to, I think Ross's point earlier is when we write these RFPs, we write them in such a restrictive way so that there's no misinterpretation of what our expectations are when somebody comes in and wins a contract. And if we anticipate them doing things such as dialysis or some other evasive service inside the wire, then they have to show that they have the ability to carry out that service. So when they come up 2 years down the road and we find out that they're going outside of the prison and costing us more money, more manpower, and everything else to provide a service that in the RFP was very clear how that service is going to be provided, it gives us an opportunity to get out of that bad faith relationship and find someone else. And in this case, it would have been the second high scoring vendor that was able to provide it. And now we're able to get back to where we wanted to be. Is that correct?
Yes, and DOS allowed us to do that because the bid had been so recent.
Okay.
So if it had been 5 years down the road, we would not have been able to.
Would
do
you
that.
repeat that for?
Yeah,
Sure.
I was going to say DOS allowed us to do
I
that
can
process
thank you.
because it was so recent. The RFP had
Thank
been
you.
so recent.
Okay. And how's that transition been? Because all the employees work for the vendor, correct? They do not work for the state.
So, right, the vendor hires a set of employees to perform care behind the wire, but they also do use hospitals and specialty clinics outside the wire.
Right.
The transition was very smooth. which is phenomenal because they only had about, what, 60 days to complete that. We awarded the contract in April and they took over July 1st. They transitioned all the staff at that time and set up the contracts with the sub-suppliers, the hospitals and the others. And it's been a very smooth transition. And they have actually improved the amount of care behind the wire. So we are sending fewer people outside the wire for care now. And those who go outside the wire, we're doing a better job managing our bed space because they're very proactive in managing the infirmary beds and things of that nature. So we're actually even be able to, when people go out to the hospital, we're able to get them back quicker. So it's been a very good transition and we're very happy with Centurion.
And so the individuals that we're sending out that are being treated in hospitals, we're able to give them back quicker because there's closer management to the particular cases,
That's correct.
but we are not sacrificing quality for getting someone back behind the wire, right?
That's correct. So
Okay.
I'll explain what I'm talking about. So in the past, WellPath was not doing a good job evaluating the folks who are in the infirmary. So somebody may have been in the infirmary, but they were.
Let's be clear, the infirmary is inside the wire,
That's correct.
Okay.
GDC infirmary.
correct?
But they were well enough to leave the infirmary and go back to general population. So they weren't managing that. So our infirmary beds were full. So Centurion's been doing a very good job of evaluating the folks in our infirmary so that those beds turn over as they should. And then when somebody's discharged from the hospital, they immediately have a bed back inside the wire in our infirmary.
Any idea what causes that failure that we're allowing? And I don't even want to use the word languish, but allowing somebody to park in the infirmary when they are, is this somebody trying to game the system or something where they would stay in the infirmary and not go back to GP, or
No,
are they
it was-
just sitting there waiting to be released and our healthcare provider is not doing their job to get this person back to where they want to be?
Right. It was just the healthcare provider not doing their role, fulfilling their role and keeping our offender administration who manages movement up to date with when people were able to release.
Is there any kind of health condition that one of the approximately 50,000 individuals could have that we do not address in any of our healthcare scopes?
We addressed everything that the community experiences we see in corrections. And we treat it, whatever those conditions might be, to the community standard.
Randy, would you explain your role in the Georgia Department of Corrections?
I'm the Assistant Commissioner. I'm over the Office of Health Services. I have a 30-year background in hospital administration. So I've been with the agency for 8 years. And so my role is to oversee the delivery of healthcare, mental health and dental health and pharmacy from the agency level to make sure that we have processes in my office to oversee the performance of the contract.
Would you say the service that we provide inside the prisons is equal to or better than what the services you required when you oversaw hospitals?
I would say I would say it's equal to, in terms of we have clinics within each facility, just like you have a doctor's office in the community, an urgent care center, or doc in the box, whatever your provider is. We have one designated in every one of our facilities, and we have a process for access to care that each inmate has access to that care. And then once that access to care, then those providers look at that particular inmate. If they can diagnose and treat in the facility, they do. If they have to make a referral for specialty care, the ologist of the month, oncology, cardiology, pulmonology, neurology, those referrals are made with prevailing technology. A lot of that's done through telehealth now, which has been before COVID, we really weren't using telehealth to what we are now. So we're using a lot of telehealth to make sure those offenders have continuity of care through their disease management. If they become sick enough, often they're referred to the local hospitals where they may be admitted with the community doctors looking after them. They're discharged from the hospital and are transferred back to an infirmary bed. And then we monitor that process from our office. As Mr. Watson said earlier, have nurses out in the facility monitoring each of those facilities. My 9 regional audit nurses are out, and we're doing that each and every day monitoring that process. And then we find things that need to be addressed, and we work with those facilities. It's usually a facility-based issue, not a system-based issue. Because the system processes are the same for everyone. Some places get stuck. We have to help them get unstuck, I call it, and get that process moving. So every inmate has access to health care every day.
So with this last vendor, how did their failures come to light to you in managing it, where you realized there were failures there?
Well, it's always interactive.
Right.
But the attention to the responsiveness, I would say, would be our biggest concern.
But what's the,
and
what
how
process,
fast something would turn around.
what process was initiated that got it back to where we had to go to the second bid? In other words, it was discovered, and Mr. Watson, you can help clarify this. So I know we had complaints. Was that through?
Yeah, what I would say actually triggered the transition, what started that evaluation. Not that we weren't evaluating it, we were working with the vendor, but they sent us a letter saying they weren't going to renew the contract a year prior to this transition. And at that point, we went back into an evaluation based on the RFP. And that's when we were not seeing improvements in their performance. But they wanted us to allow them to update their pricing and us to evaluate.
So they said they were not going to renew under current pricing,
That's correct. They said they were not going to renew the contract. That's what started that
and
process.
their reasoning was,
Pricing.
okay. So then once we reviewed and recognized the failures within there, that we had more people being sent out than should have been, and all these other issues, and then went back over to procurement,
Mhm.
we awarded it to the second person, and now they're protesting
Well,
and suing us because of a process that they don't agree with, even though they initiated killing the contract.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. Well, that makes complete no sense, but I think it makes a lot of sense. Okay, so when we got that, it got back over there procured, and how do you feel about the quality of healthcare that's being offered? And I want to make sure we do this under the physical healthcare contract that we have now.
Well, we're 5 months into our contract, and we're very pleased. We're very pleased with the attention that we're getting from the corporate offices of the Centurion. We're very pleased with our staff that they have assembled here in Georgia to oversee this contract. And we're very pleased with some of the processes that they've put in place, particularly around utilization management, infection control, and other processes from the system. Very pleased with that. Now, it's interactive. It's every day. We have to interact to make sure all services are performed, but we're very pleased with their ability to respond to us in a professional manner. And because I think they want to succeed and be successful. And one of the things that we always say with all of our vendors and help is the vendors only as successful as we allow them to be successful, which means we have to be somewhat interactive to make sure they don't drop the ball or think something's all right when it's not. So
Do we get any positive feedback from the population served?
We do actually.
Okay.
I can give you a
Well,
testimony.
no, and that's fine, because I know we get negative feedback, because the person with the complaint is always going to make sure they're heard. And those who feel, Ron Hudson's my primary care physician, and rarely do I talk about what a great guy he is, because he does pretty good work. But if he wasn't, then I think I would probably voice that. So what's the testimony?
Well, we started a program at Coastal State Prison where we have a mobile surgical unit. We're very pleased with that unit. It had formerly been located at Georgia State Prison, and when it was Georgia State Prison closed, we wanted to continue behind the wire operating room services. So we moved that facility at great expense and planning.
Why'd you look at Mr.
Coastal.
Watson when you said great expense?
Sometimes I ask forgiveness and not permission. And this last spring, we started our first cataract surgeries behind the wire. And one of the inmates, when he woke up, or he was not put to sleep, but when he gained his recovery, he told his ophthalmologist, "Thank you, I can see."
That's impressive.
And they told that at the monthly meeting, we have a monthly meeting with them, and there was, no, everybody was crying that to be a part of that we allowed someone to be able to regain their eyesight from cataract surgery.
And what type of surgeries are done in this portable unit? Anything beyond cataract and?
Outpatient surgeries, anything that same day surgery, if you will, colonoscopies, INDs, some joints. We're doing joints, some joint not repairs, but replacement, but some those kinds of
And
things.
these are all being done through the physical healthcare contract?
Through the physical health contract with one of their sub-suppliers that we have historically had a
Right.
contract.
If they have to bring an orthopedic surgeon in, of course, they don't have one on staff, so
Mhm.
they have to sub out and bring an orthopedic surgeon if we're talking about joint
That's right.
surgery or some of
Yeah, yeah,
that.
there's, but scopes and things like that.
Okay. And who currently has our pharmaceutical contract?
Company called Correct RX
Okay. And how long have they had that contract? Do you know?
since June of 2021.
Okay. And any medication needed, they provide that, correct?
They do.
Okay. Anything that is prescribed outside the wire can be prescribed inside the wire?
Correct.
Okay. So we're not limiting the opportunity for the citizens living inside of our prisons to have the pharmaceuticals that they may need, the medications they may need.
That's correct.
Okay. And has the biggest cost in the pharmaceutical side, would you say that psychotropic
No.
medication?
No,
What would you say it is?
hepatitis.
Hepatitis?
It's a
Because,
single, hepatitis and HIV are about over 50% of our total pharmacy budget. Those two drugs alone.
do they do the 3-cycle hepatitis treatment or is it just a single? Are you treating hepatitis or are you preventing hepatitis?
We're curing hepatitis.
Okay,
Hepatitis has a cure,
right.
and we use a series of drugs that are prescribed. And it's either a 60-day course of treatment, depending on the drug, depending on the genotype of the virus, or an 84-day course of treatment, depending on, that's a tablet a day for 60 days or a tablet a day for 84 days.
Okay, I had to do 3 shots. Is that,
Vaccine.
that's to keep me from getting it,
Yeah,
right?
this is hepatitis C, which there
Okay.
is no vaccine.
Right, so
You were probably vaccinated for hepatitis A and B.
yeah, I've been vaccinated for everything. It's scary. So when, are we finding this on the front end of the person's incarceration is when the majority of this treatment is being given?
Yes, we started a program about 2 years ago of testing or allowing inmates to opt out. But we test everybody for Hep C
Right.
unless they don't want to be tested. We can't force anybody to be tested, but we do allow them to
What do you own?
to be tested.
9?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I hear you say that we spend a lot of money on HIV medications. Are people who are behind the wire and infected, are they eligible for Ryan White, for Medicaid, for all of the other resources that people living with HIV on the outside receive in terms of assistance from, in terms of assistance for medical care, in terms of pay for medical care?
Cost. Yeah.
Yes, they are. And I'm glad you asked that question because we have 2 staff that are HIV coordinators, and they work with every offender being released with HIV well in advance of their release. And they work with them to make sure they are connected to those Ryan White programs across the community. Wherever they live in Georgia, we connect them so they can continue their therapies.
But while
Absolutely.
they're inside, are
But
we
while they're-
reimbursed for some of that healthcare costs?
That's my question.
No, state of Georgia funds all of us through our contract with, through our
Is the
disbursements.
vendor eligible for any refunds for healthcare costs, Medicaid, Medicare, the Ryan White programs or any other wraparound services?
No, but we do have a unique program that's performed through our Augusta State Medical Prison. It's the Patient Assistance Program. There are some pharmaceutical companies that allow free drugs, and some companies allow offenders to enroll. So we do allow some of our offenders to enroll in the Patient Assistance Program, which reduces the cost of the drug back to us, but they get the drug. But HIV drugs are generally not included in those categories.
Okay,
And may I follow? up?
absolutely.
So are people who are incarcerated eligible for things like Medicaid or Medicare if we have an older senior population?
Jail, not prison, I think.
And
because of
I'm saying, did I
conviction.
not say prison?
No, you did. That's what I'm saying. There are reimbursements, but I think they're in jail, not prison, but
So are those who are in prison are they eligible for Medicaid or Medicare, or even SSDI? Like if they were already getting Social Security disability before they went in, I'm pretty sure that I know the answer to this, but I'm gonna go ahead and ask anyway. Can they continue to get SSDI once they're inside in order to help offset the costs of their medical care?
No, all of those programs are suspended with the exception of Medicaid. There is a waiver. If an inmate was eligible and was having Medicaid, was a Medicaid beneficiary at the time of incarceration, it is suspended. And if they have a hospitalization greater than 24 hours, we have a process working with the Department of Community Service where they can unsuspend that. And the federal rules allow that hospitalization can be covered by Medicaid. But that's the only service that would be covered by Medicaid if they were ordinarily or eligible for Medicaid at that time. And then upon release, they're eligible based on their requirements that any ordinary citizen will be based on, with the exception of the special programs like Ryan White.
And so with the introduction of the mobile surgery clinic, if they ordinarily were to receive that, let's say we had a Medicaid eligible person, would we do that surgery still inside the wire so that Medicaid wouldn't kick in for that surgery, or would we move them outside? I'm just trying to figure out, are we using all the tools available to help offset the cost of medical care for our folks or not? That's really the basis of
That's
my
a
question.
very, very, very good question, intuitive question. But because those are outpatient surgeries, there's no hospital admission overnight for 24 hours for those cases. If they were eligible, but if they are admitted to the hospital and they are eligible and they have that overnight stay, then the Medicaid eligibility would provide the cost of the hospitalization.
And so for women who give birth while they're in custody, those types of things would be covered by Medicaid. We're not paying for that.
That's correct.
Okay.
Under presumptive eligibility, they would be covered.
If I could
7
just
hours.
clarify, what we're paying for. I think that good senator's onto something here, but it's really all taxpayer dollars. The only difference is if it's Medicaid, some of that's being paid by the federal government, some of that's being paid by the state government versus traditional medical care that we would provide would be all state government. So it's all state tax dollars. We're just, which pocket are we taking out to fund them in?
Now-
And I do want to just clarify one other thing if I could. Nobody who is incarcerated who's getting medical care is getting a bill.
Correct.
Right.
Now, we do pay the federal portion out of our budget, for the 30% federal match for the Medicaid. So the state provides those funds to us to make sure that we cover that match with the federal government. So I want to make sure that it was clear on that. So there's a 30% federal match.
It's excellent. So the pharmaceutical provides everything. Is part of the pharmaceutical, are there any addiction services associated with the pharmaceutical contract?
Not at this time.
Okay, so no anti-abuse or medications to deal with opioid addictions or anything of this nature are being prescribed, right?
No.
Okay. And no limitations, the mental health side, the contract, which is part of the dental side, what are they offering with the mental health contract?
What is pharmacy offering or
No,
what's
no,
the
I'm
term?
sorry. No, moving back to the mental, I apologize. What type of services are being offered through that
They
contract?
provide all the counseling services, psychological counseling services for psychiatrists, all are involved in that. The mental health treatment, the complete mental health treatment plan is provided by those providers and those employees of those providers.
Okay, and is a portion of that subcontracted out locally?
No, all of that's done within the contract.
Okay,
Mental health services are unique. They can be provided almost 100% unless there's a crisis and someone needs to go out to the hospital for crisis intervention, which would be fairly rare. But if they self-interest behavior or something like that, they may go out.
do these contracts cover private prisons also?
No,
Okay, thank you. How are the contracts dealing with the private prisons? Is that the responsibility of the private prison? Is that included in their RFP?
part of it.
Yeah,
There's a-
or Randy can speak to that.
Okay,
Okay, there is a part.
okay,
Talk about the private prisons. We share with the private prison through a matrix. So there is some cost sharing and their thresholds. If the private prisons spend more than the threshold, then we pay a portion up to, I believe it's $100,000. Then we were, but so, and they send those invoices to us during the month. And then the county prisons, they have a similar share model with us where they pay the first 1,000 of a state inmate in a county prison. And then we pay the rest if someone's
But the
hospitalized.
county prison bids their own healthcare contract,
That's
correct?
right.
And do the private prisons bid their own?
They do.
Okay, so do we have anything, any say so or any, do we have anybody at the table in those processes?
Yes, and we audit the, no, we don't have anything
Okay.
in their business model, but we
Right.
do audit their prisons.
Because if they get
Right.
up to a certain amount, then what we pay 100,000, you said.
Mhm.
And if it goes beyond that, does that fall back on them?
It's shared with us and then sometimes we'll take those inmates back into our
Okay.
system.
Because basically we're,
Yeah.
these state prisoners that are being held in private prisons, when it comes to healthcare, sometimes then we have no control really over the healthcare cost of that individual, right? We do have the opportunity if it gets out of hand that we can bring them back
That's
in,
right.
into the
Right.
state prison. But the private prison, their RFP allows them to basically control all the environment within their own facility, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
But usually if someone's very sick, they send them right back to
Yeah.
us. And we don't send people who are critically or very sick or chronically ill to the privates.
Okay, which sometimes plays into their success rate where their population's a little
Healthier.
healthier, yeah, than what we would engage in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Chairman Harbison.
In the case of inmates or prisoners who have adequate funding, say, God forbid, a veteran who is drawing compensation from the federal government, are they forced or do they need to, are they required to pay the medical costs if that arises while they're in prison? Or how does, or if they present that way when they're incarcerated? How does that work?
No, sir, they're not required. We pay for all healthcare services that they may need. And they are never asked to pay for healthcare services outside the little copay they may pay for some of their prescription over-counter drugs and things like that. But no, we do not require any inmate to pay for healthcare services.
Yeah, so I wanted to clarify, there is a copay for pharmaceuticals that's charged to the offender if they're indigent or something, they can't afford it. If we don't prevent care if they can't make the copay,
They can't make
but
it,
it was
right.
put on their record.
Right. And one final thing you said, said that if a person is Hep C positive, you cannot require an inmate to be cured if that's an option. I don't,
Well, they have the choice to free will and consent. And so
even in prison.
yes, they do. They have the right to consent.
Now, are they housed separately?
Yeah.
No, hepatitis C is not that infectious. I mean, there's a.
Well, I
what-
always love when somebody puts
Yeah.
that in the.
So they're not housed separately because of hepatitis C. They are cautioned about their disease and how the disease is transmitted. It's blood, but they're not quarantined or housed separately.
As
Neither
well
are
as the
HIV.
HIV.
But they are not identified either, correct?
No, they're not.
Okay, so they live in general population among.
It's like the HIV population. You would not know
Right,
who was HIV.
right. Okay,
Thank
so
you.
it's behavior driven.
Yeah, good question.
Any other questions on? Okay, currently. how
Can I
many?
clarify one more thing?
Yeah, absolutely.
I just want to be very clear. So TC residents, once they're employed, they may be charged for healthcare. Okay.
TC,
TC, a transition center resident. They're still considered an inmate, but once they're employed and they have a full-time job, they may be charged for healthcare.
okay, so and which is a part of the opportunity to go out and transition back into society and become employed, right?
Correct.
And are those determinations made based on economic factors, their job, how much they make, or does every TC individual have to pay for their own health care?
So may I ask Alan Dills to come out?
You can
and
ask
speak?
anybody you want. Yeah. He's been waiting.
He has.
What is that, Mike? 11?
Yes, sir. So once
You want to
Base-
introduce yourself?
Yes,
Yeah.
Warden Allen Dills from the Metro Complex.
And what do you do, Al?
So I'm the warden over Metro Reentry Facility,
Mhm.
and then I also have 5 transitional centers that are under my preview as well.
Okay.
So yes, once a offender or a resident is at a transitional center, they go through their first phase. Second phase, they just actually go out and employed. Once they earn a wage and they seek we have a policy amount, and I think it's 100.
Okay.
I think it's $100 on their books. Then at that point in time, they can actually go and seek their own health care. So they can see doctors in the community.
Okay,
And
or,
they pay
but,
for that themselves.
okay, they can do that, but are they still, do
Th-
they
they're
still have
responsible.
availability of healthcare from the Department of Corrections?
Yeah, so anytime an emergency happens, we still have our medical staff on there that can handle that emergency.
Well, let's say
as
it's
well.
not an emergency.
So like you're saying, like a prescription.
Right, if they need a prescription or if they get the flu.
Yeah, so at that point in time, they are responsible to go into outside medical.
Okay,
And then go to the same doctor that you would attend to.
okay. And so, and they're made aware of this as a condition of moving into the TC?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I mean, I just want to make sure nobody got blindsided,
Yes, sir.
moving into there. So, and that's an opportunity for them transition back into
Correct.
the community, correct? Okay. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, right now, outside of healthcare, how many contracts do we have out with vendors, third-party services to handle?
Specifically to GDC,
Correct.
about 150
Okay,
contracts
covering everything as we've talked about from pest control to healthcare.
to laundry equipment, to grease trap pumping, to vending services.
And I would love to know what percentage of these are local as opposed to what percentage of these are statewide. I mean, because some of these services are, like I said, go back to the silliness of using the pest control thing. I could see there would be an opportunity if somebody wanted to step up and bid on the entire contract and then go out and hire subcontractors around the state. Because one thing we've talked about, I think that really should add confidence to the healthcare side is we're talking about continuity of care. And I think when we're talking about tax dollars, you know, like I said, we've been hearing all this in the news lately about efficiency of government and bureaucracy. And I've been involved in government for over 40 years, and efficiency in many cases is a bad word. Nobody wants to hear it, but government does a very poor job of managing taxpayer dollars, what I feel. And possibly some people on this committee may feel the same. So when we start doing this, I think sometimes we forget that those dollars that we're sending out the door belong to the men and women in Georgia who are out there working every day trying to make a living. And so do we ever evaluate these contracts? I know there's audit processes that come in, but of all of these contracts that we have out there, and what'd you say the approximate number was?
150.
Out of these 150, each and every one of these contracts are audited and looked at on what you would consider to be a reasonable basis, reasonable amount of time?
Yes, sir. I would say at least annually when we're looking at the renewal process, we always look at the market, look at the current value of the contract pricing or whatever, make sure it's in line with the market pricing.
So would you say we're getting what you think we're getting value for what we have out there?
I would, yes, sir.
Okay. And you feel that the structure, the checks and balances, if you will, that we have in place or what we need out there to ensure that the taxpayers are getting the right return on investment that we're making with their money?
I believe so.
Okay. Anything else from the committee related to RFP processes, contracts, or anything of that nature?
Can I add?
Absolutely.
We do have, I couldn't tell you the percentage, but we do have contracts recently, I would say, more so where we have bid out services. Services are usually what we have to determine, does it make sense to bid it locally or statewide? Goods, pretty much everything is statewide. But for services, we have recently, like with grease trap pumping, where we've
Say that again. What kind of pumping?
grease trap.
Grease
in the
trap, right.
kitchens, yes.
Mhm.
we put it out as one bid for the entire state. So we split it up into regions or we give ourselves the option to award it however, whatever gives the best value. So one supplier could be awarded the entire state, or we could break it down to award to each individual facility. So is an opportunity out there for a single vendor to get the whole state contract if they show that they are most qualified.
Okay. Jumping from healthcare, HVAC, maintenance, is that contracted out?
It is not currently. We're working on that solicitation because we have seen that. We've been pleading with the state that seems like a proper statewide contract, and that all agencies have HVAC equipment. And so maybe we get the best value by awarding it at a state level.
So currently who's responsible for the HVAC contract in, say, Rutledge State Prison? Who's responsible for maintaining the heat and air and overall environment inside that prison?
We have agency maintenance workers.
So we have employees,
Yes, sir.
state employees,
Yes.
prison, DOC employees?
Correct.
Okay.
They're not qualified to replace a whole system maybe. So whenever that comes up, that's when that would go out to bid as a job.
So basically, we're doing it the same way that Senator Robertson or Senator Jackson would have to do it if the HVAC at our house went out. We would have to go out, find a vendor, find 3 people, get the best price, and get on a schedule, and they would have to come in and replace our unit. So is this responsibility left up to the wardens, or is it left up to the main office?
So let me clarify. We have,
Always love it when you clarify.
well, I just want to make sure we're transparent, sir.
Yeah.
We do have one contract that provides maintenance services, and it's a statewide convenience contract with CGL, Carter Goble Lee, and they provide maintenance services for a lot of the colleges, I believe, and they're doing our metro complex right now, Phillips and GDCP. So they are responsible for taking care of the maintenance. Those are not GDC employees.
Okay. But how many facilities are they contracted for?
It's probably about 8 right now.
Okay. And how many do we have?
We have a total of 58 locations that are GDC specific.
58 locations that belong to the state of Georgia.
Right.
So other than those 8, all the others are individual as it happens. In most cases, I would say local responsibility for finding somebody to come in and correct that service.
Okay, so we also have an office called Engineering and Construction Services, and they have regional maintenance teams. So they work with the facilities because they have more expertise in most cases, not all. We have some.
Who are the employees in engineering and construction?
Those are GDC employees,
All of them,
all of them.
labor,
Yep.
everybody.
Yes.
Okay. This is not the inmate construction team that travels around and does a great job of.
No,
of
they actually
renovating.
manage the inmate construction teams, but this is a separate team within
Okay.
ECS. They're regional maintenance. And I mean, in some cases, like some facilities, we have folks, maintenance men who've been there for years and are well-trained. But they support those individuals. And then in situations where we have maintenance staff who are not as well-trained, they're there to assist them and help them.
Okay, and again, we're just here trying to get maintenance staff that is not as well trained. So we hire these individuals as maintenance workers.
Correct.
Are they just general maintenance like you would find at an apartment complex or something like that? And then they come in and they handle what they can handle up to a certain level. But when it gets beyond that, then they reach out into the local community and bring in experts to address the failure?
Yes, so that also varies on the size of the equipment. So if it's a small air conditioner or heater or something, they may reach out to a local vendor. But we also have a mechanical company on contract
Mhm.
who can do mechanical, plumbing, and electrical, and that's statewide. And so we will utilize them for boilers, chillers, and large units.
I've got some great colleagues on this committee and they love me enough to tell me when I'm wrong. And I appreciate and respect that. But does it seem a little discombobulated when we just got through talking about a healthcare contract that seems so fluid And so, you know, level across the system. And we're talking about inmate welfare, staff welfare. And then we're talking about something, we live in one of the states that tends to get a little warm in August.
Mhm.
And we seem to have a patchwork of resources when we have mechanical failures, if you will, because some of our institutions are very small and, you know, HVAC and things of this nature, but we have others that are somewhat bigger. And I can make assumptions that we probably have chillers in some places, large capacity chillers, and then, you know, in other places, multiple HVAC units and other infrastructure, plumbing infrastructure, and other things within those facilities that tend to break down.
Mhm.
But I'm not hearing a consistent solution to when that happens. Well, how do we address that? And maybe I'm mishearing, and somebody on the committee, like I said, correct me if I'm not hearing something, but if there's a breakdown in prison in facility 58 or a breakdown in facility 30, we're not necessarily following the same plan of action. Is that what I'm hearing?
No. So,
Okay, so help me clear me
yeah,
up.
and I'm not going to tell you that it's the same consistency as healthcare, but our
And
engineer,
and the reason you aren't going to tell me that is because it's not, right?
well, I am going to say that our engineering and construction services team, they are on the phone constantly with all facilities. So if anybody has a problem, they're there to support them. So that's where our consistency comes
Tell me
in.
what that support is.
So it is, like I said, they have regional teams and they have expertise in HVAC, electrical, plumbing, and they have some equipment that we keep regionally.
Okay. They have some equipment.
Well, some equipment that we would use on a regular basis.
So if a prison had a serious plumbing or electrical issue in Senator Harbison's district, and another one in Senator Jackson's district had the same problem on the same day,
Mhm.
would this team dispatch out to those two facilities and solve that problem? Or would they reach out to resources within each of those districts, shop prices, and look for somebody that would come in and solve those problems?
So if it's an emergency, we use our electrical and mechanical contractor that I spoke about, and they are statewide. So we can respond quickly and they can respond to multiple 3 or 4 locations at the same time with no problem.
Okay.
We've had no problem with them. Like I said, if it's a smaller unit, then we will work with local companies.
And at the beginning of the conversation on this particular issue, you said that y'all were reviewing and looking at some opportunities on how to maybe change the way we address that.
Yes.
And if I'm not, I don't want to get ahead of the hard work y'all are doing in wherever y'all are, you know, meeting and discussing this, but where do you see the wind blowing in the direction of how we handle this problem?
So we have the same situation as a lot of folks. So as you know, mechanical contractors and trades, those pay rates have increased substantially. And that's why at some facilities, we don't have that expertise because we simply can't pay the market rate. So we're looking more towards those regional teams to help support, and also looking at the CGL contract as something that if we could
Yeah.
afford that going forward, that we would have, you know, turn that over to another company.
Okay. And that contract right now is for what type of service?
So they do all preventative and corrective maintenance at those facilities.
All PM maintenance.
Right.
To include replacement of
Right, if
failed
there's a-
systems.
If there's a repair, they do the repairs.
Any idea how much that contract is right now?
Uh,
I have it right here. Hold on a second.
And how long is that contract?
it's a statewide contract with CGL you're
Yeah.
asking about. It's a statewide contract.
So it
I don't,
renews annually or it has okay.
that's correct. I couldn't tell you. I'll let you know how many years they might have left.
It's currently about a $5 million contract.
So it's got to be one of the smaller contracts.
Now,
right?
but let me explain. It's a $5 million contract for the staffing, but as they do repairs, if it's a repair, we pay for the equipment that's repaired. So if there's parts, we pay for that on top of
Okay,
that.
we pay, so the 5 million covers labor.
Correct.
And then anything they have to go out and buy units and all that, then material costs are added on at the end.
Correct. Now, if it's something small, there's a dollar amount. So
Right.
if it's something really small, they don't charge us for every nut and bolt
Right.
and, you know, every little thing. But if it's major pieces of equipment, we pay for that separately.
Right. And that's of course in the RFP and factored in. And is there a number threshold that anything under that they pay for? Like you
Yeah,
said,
it's a small threshold.
Yeah.
It's like $100 or $50.
right, because nuts and bolts, we're not,
Right.
yeah, we cost us more money to pay it than,
That's
okay.
correct.
How many of our prisons right now have HVAC?
Well, all of them have HVAC, like in the administrative offices
Mhm.
and then usually in
Housing
medical.
areas?
But in the housing units, I don't remember the number. We have that number. I can get it to you. We have put it in usually in the mental health dorms.
Right.
But they aren't all covered.
Right. But that's something we've slowly, the system that we've inherited, we've slowly started
Adding,
adding that to those. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Yeah. Okay. And they all have running water.
They do have water.
Yeah. And indoor restrooms. So things that, you know, so absolutely.
Just to clarify, they all have heat.
That is correct.
Some
They all
do not
heat.
have air conditioning.
Right,
That's
in the dorms.
I grew up without air conditioning and I survived.
Hmm.
Some prisons have,
Arendelle have heat
Yes, it has heat.
in the dorms.
Yes.
I get a lot of letters. And thanks for Mr. Chairman for putting me on this committee because I've received even more letters from people who are incarcerated. And so that's why I'm asking, because I get a lot of letters and heating and air condition. I grew up in places without air conditioning, but I did not grow up in Southern Georgia in a cemented, concreted building with a whole bunch of bodies inside of it. And I think that's a really different, and windows that you can't open.
Well-
So I think that's a really different situation than, being in a house where you can open the windows and have all the air blow through it. But I do get a lot of letters. And one of the things is that people who are incarcerated talk about being very, very cold and talk about having to use, curling irons and hot water bottles in order to be warm in the wintertime in our facilities, particularly in Lee Arendelle. So that's why I asked the question. I also acknowledge that Lee Arendelle will be going offline at some point, and so perhaps it will no longer be relevant.
So we do a lot of, and I understand we have aging infrastructure and things break at times. In fact, at Arendelle, we had a heat loop break yesterday. We've already fixed it, but, our engineering and construction services team, they actually go out and monitor to make sure, especially during the winter time, we monitor and make sure systems are working, and they will, as they audit, because they kind of have an audit process themselves, as they go through dorms, they check temperatures. So I'm not saying it's 100% perfect, but we do have a strong focus on that. And all the dorms, even though obviously our windows are fixed because security reasons, all of our dorms do have vents and exhaust fans. So there's generally always air moving, and it's a big focus of ours to make sure those exhaust fans are working every day.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I graduated from high school in 1980 and lived in a house that did not have air conditioning. So in South Georgia. So I
1980.
appreciate that. Yeah.
Wow.
Way back in 1980. Huh?
Mr. Whip.
So, well, if you weren't born yet, that's Mr. Robertson. So thank you. But no, and I appreciate that, because one thing I want to point out is that all of these things cost substantial amount of money, and you have a team that you cannot have in 58 facilities every single day,
Mhm.
24 hours a day. I mean, if the taxpayers want to come out and pay for that, then we can make that happen. But what they have to understand is the budget that we pass every year, we have to go through and find that amount within that budget,
Mhm.
put it over there so Department of Corrections can have it, which means that amount of money will have to be taken from other things that we currently budget.
Mhm.
And I don't know that the General Assembly has the intestinal fortitude to make a big move like that. And I don't think the taxpayers of Georgia would necessarily want us to make a big move like that. But the reality is we're talking about the Georgia Department of Corrections. And when we started this study committee, we weren't going to leave anything out of the conversation. The uncomfortable things that we have to discuss have to be a part of that conversation. We want the individuals housed there and the staff working there 24/7, 365 to live on the safest and most comfortable possible under the circumstances, which is the reason I mentioned the healthcare side of it, comparing the healthcare inside of prisons to healthcare in the community. And what I really believe in the staff that y'all have responsible for that and what I've witnessed there is I see healthcare that is equal to, and in some cases, better than in some of the communities that I've had the opportunity to police in, that Senator Harbison's very familiar with, and especially some of the communities that he represents, that the healthcare sometimes outside of the prison is not as good as the healthcare inside. So I appreciate what y'all do. And on the RFP process, I just wanted to make sure that everybody had a very clear understanding. Yes, ma'am. Well,
Sure.
you're on.
9,
You're
yes. It would be helpful, I think, for this committee to know how many facilities do not have air condition inside of them in the dorms. I get that our administrators are all comfortable, and I appreciate that, but I think that's important that people have healthy work environments. When temperatures get higher, we know statistically that people's mental health can take a mental health toll and ultimately lead to more fights and make, therefore, our people who work there much less safe. And so I would like to know how many facilities don't have any air conditions. And also, if we could get just a little chart that shows, is there a rise in July, August, September in the number of altercations, in the number of perhaps even people needing to go to the clinic due to heat, due to heat caused illnesses, dehydration. We need to know those facts, because I suspect that we are paying for not having air condition in another way, because there are costs to making people hot. I work outside with people who are experiencing homelessness, and I will tell you now, I have more people go to jail, more fights, more disturbances in the month of August than I have all year long. And it's because people are hot, and they're irritated, and they're thirsty. And so I would just like to see, are we paying on the back end by having to help our law enforcement who is inside the wire get care because they've been hurt in altercations? Are we paying on the back end because we're having to give more medical care? Are we paying on the back end because of more damage that's happening to the facility? I think we need that information, and you guys can provide that.
And more crime does occur during the summer.
Yeah.
Yeah, when
It's-
kids are out of school.
It's not just because they're out of school.
Yes, ma'am. Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, how long does it take you to respond to a work order? And then how long does it take for the work order to be complete? And if you have a report, I would like to have that.
Okay, I don't know that off the top of my head, but we can get that information. We have a maintenance system. But I would like to ask
Yeah.
Warden Deals to speak to some of the questions you've had also.
Go ahead, Warden.
All right, so Mike 12. So I would like to say from a facility standpoint, so we do have service maintenance contracts. All of our large equipment has a contract on it for maintenance. So our boilers, our chillers, those large ticket items that can cause major issues. We do have service maintenance contracts on those items so that those vendors are coming in and maintaining those as well and double checking behind our on-site maintenance team as well. So at any point in time that we have a failure, then our maintenance department immediately contacts our regional maintenance. And on that regional team, we do have some experts that we're able to pay additional, higher rate than what we could locally. And they have experts of HVAC, plumbing, and those type things. And they're able to do an immediate response. If they do not have the expertise to solve that problem, that's when we immediately contact the outside vendor. And he mentioned, Mr. Watson mentioned the emergency contract vendor that we have on site. They're there 24/7, anytime. So if it's any major incident, like he mentioned, Lee Arundel yesterday had
Heat loop.
failure. So they were contacted, within an hour or so that company is on site, and they have started the repairs, and they finished everything yesterday for that heat loop repair. So
Well, that makes it sound a whole lot better than what was sound, having low contracts, especially for the large systems. And to Senator Anderson's concern, I think when we look at the factors, if it's a large system that goes down, then of course the response time, I think, is more important than anything, that it's you're able to reach the regional office and they're able to engage to start the process. And then we understand that if it's a chiller issue, of course, that's going to take a lot longer based on what the problem is than it's something smaller. But really, how quickly the maintenance folks are engaged, and then a general understanding of the downtime of the big systems and small systems. How long does it normally take to resolve a problem? I think that's good to know.
and our
Even-
most of them have it's immediate, like our service maintenance contracts. We're able to immediately get the vendor out because
Because
we're
if you-
paying them to maintain the
Because if
first
I have to
place, so
call
they
a
have to
plumber,
fix it.
if I have to call a plumber today,
Mhm.
they're gonna say, well, Mr. Robertson, you're number 12 in line
Mhm.
today. And if I have to call an HVAC guy, he's probably gonna tell me this time of year, it's probably not gonna be as bad. But if I call an HVAC guy in August,
Mhm.
he's gonna say, we'll see you in 2 weeks, in most cases. And here's the thing that's understandable because of where we choose to live, and we're not turning out as many HVAC people from our tech schools as we have in years past. And that price point has gone up. So that's all reasonable. We shouldn't be afraid to speak to reality that, people are in situations that they've placed themselves in, and systems go down. We want everybody being treated humanely. And we understand that in August, if somebody's not there in an hour, we understand that. And it may be 3 or 4 days, but I do understand the fact of a value of having a customer like the Department of Corrections. That is a very valuable customer, or it should be. So we do hope that those vendors understand that and get out there and provide the service that the taxpayers are paying them in a timely manner. And so I think that needs to be a part of the RFP process and everything else when we look at this, and moving forward, because personally, and the recommendations are coming in from committee members, and we're going to put them all in a report. I think that Department of Corrections is something that needs to be looked at and cared for much better by the Georgia General Assembly than we have done in the past. And that's not the fault of any of you 3 gentlemen. That's our fault. Were you for? Yes,
I
ma'am.
am for.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Senator
Um,
Anderson.
Thank you, sir. I would like to add that you add a maintenance schedule to your facilities, because why wait until it breaks down? There needs to be some type of service schedule so that before anything happens, you can already be in line, ready to make sure that it's working.
You're on.
And then my second question, you can answer that, but my second question to you is, you say you're the warden of Metro facility. Just after you're done, I need the list of all the facilities where you are the warden. No, you say you have 5. Metro facility and 5 others?
No, the satellite facilities that I'm over. as
Oh,
well.
satellite. Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the name of those, but yeah, the maintenance schedule
Let's
first.
talk about the PM.
Okay, so yes, we do have a PM process that local maintenance controls, and we have a system where it's in our work order system, issues monthly preventive maintenance. They have to check, whatever it is, replacing a filter, respect certain components of each piece of equipment. They have to get that done and do a work order showing where it's complete. Certain things are with an outside vendor as well, and that have either 6-month checks, 3-month checks, or yearly checks, whatever that piece of equipment needs. The
Are-
preventive maintenance.
Are a
is
lot of
done.
your systems under warranty?
If it is a newer system,
Right.
it would be under warranty.
And under warranty, aren't you obligated in some cases to do the PM? And
Oh,
that if you
yes.
don't do the PM, that you could break the warranty?
Correct,
If you
correct.
don't do that. And, transitional centers, is that the only experience you've had within the Department of Corrections?
No, sir.
Have you worked in a prison?
Yes, sir. So
Okay.
I'm currently over a prison.
Right,
Mhm.
okay,
And then transitional. And I'm-
okay.
Yes.
Is there an obligation for the correctional officers, they go through each and every day, if they see a maintenance issue, if they see something broken, something's not functioning, that there's a report or something they can lodge to get on a work order or?
Correct. We have to do a work order. It has to be entered in our system, and there's multiple staff in each facility for each department that can enter those work orders, and it goes straight to our maintenance department, and then the engineer, the maintenance engineer at that facility then issues those out to the maintenance staff each day.
Are those entered into the work pad that they carry, the electronic pad?
No,
Or
that
is
would be
this
the
handwritten?
That's officers that would have the.
That's what I'm asking. Officers that go through?
The officers could enter that as documentation as well, but they also would enter a work order for that maintenance
The
request.
same officer would do that?
Could, yes,
Could
they
or?
can. They
is-
do. Anybody that sees a maintenance problem, it doesn't matter if it's admin,
Let's
security staff, or anyone, they can enter.
let's clear. There's a big difference between could and shall.
Right. Everyone does. Maintenance
Okay.
is everybody's, just like security is everyone's.
So all correctional officers understand that part of their responsibilities are to report
Yes,
any
sir.
maintenance issue that they may encounter.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that we make sure to
And that's part of
Senator
our
Anderson's
daily
point that we don't
inspection
let
as well.
these things lay there until it gets to the point where it's a big responsibility, big cost and big cost and time thing. All right, thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
You said currently what I'm over? Yeah, okay. So I'm over Metro Reentry Facility. I'm also the appointing authority for Clayton Transitional, Atlanta Transitional, Helms Facility, Metro,
HELMS,
yes, ma'am.
okay.
Metro TC, and Metro Reinvestment.
All right, thanks.
Nothing else? That's all you got?
That's all.
Yeah, that's plenty. Yeah. All right.
Inside
Um,
25.
Any other questions by committee members?
Thank you.
Okay. If not, we're going to be on a short clock today. Everybody will come back in at 12:45. And just really quick, we've had several people that have been in and out and have asked about speaking today on December 13th. I know we've got a lot of family members and some other supporters that are coming in and getting on the schedule. And that meeting will be, we'll start in the morning and we'll stop when we're finished. The end times that you see on these agendas are recommendations that are in my head when I'm dealing with my staff. And I would be remiss if I didn't point out Kayla and the rest of the staff for the great work they do setting these up, especially dealing with me. I can be somewhat of a type A occasionally, and I apologize for that. But they do a great job. But we're going to have some individuals come up today, and then there's going to be some groups that have asked to come up today too. And what we're going to try to do is limit some of the testimony as we move through the day so that we keep everything online. And the deep reason I have to do this today, and anybody that wants to come back on the 13th, you're welcome to come back on the 13th. But the reason I have to do this today is because someone reached out to me, and this someone is my wife, and I'm taking her to see Wicked tonight, or she's taking me. And my wife is a theater person, so I have zero vote in how that goes. So I'm going to make sure that I can get this meeting done and have the 2+ hours I need to get back home and take care of my wife seeing that movie, which apparently opens today. So with that being said, we're going to start. We're going to be efficient. If the committee members, as they come in, anybody has any questions, I hope everyone's comfortable asking questions. And we will start with Kate. If you want to come up, Kate, to the podium over here, and we'll start. And right now we've got 10 minutes on the clock for you, Kate. So
Plenty of
let's
time.
go. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairman. Senator Albers, good to see you. My name is Kate Basha. I'm the founder, CEO, and president of the National Incarceration Association. We are a 501c3 nonprofit. Our mission, with a mission to help families navigate the journey of incarceration with positive outcomes and to push innovations throughout justice systems to correct, rehabilitate, cure, and restore for the greater public safety for all. Our vision is something I think the Georgia Department of Corrections should become their mission. Our vision is that the justice and corrections system of the United States becomes a system of dignity, safety, and progressive personal improvement for all involved. And after listening to last week's testimonies about the correctional officers, that's what I mean, all involved, correctional officers, staff, people that live and work in our prisons should have the dignity and progressive personal improvement. I sent my resume. I consider myself a subject matter expert. I've been doing this work since my son went to prison in October of 2012. He came home in 2018. So 6 years in the system. This is nothing new. Nothing that you're talking today about is new. The Department of Justice findings, while horrific, they're all true. Every one of them, there's not one thing in there that isn't, but they're not new. We cannot blame one commissioner. We cannot blame one governor. We can only blame ourselves because we have built this brick by brick for decades. The families that are in this room, I hear a lot of gasps when you say things. We have to quit with the us against them mentality. There should be family members at this table all the time. There should be a cadet at this table. There should be a person that served 20 or 30 years in the prisons at this table. We all need to come together, and I like to say we need to come together, hold hands, and play nice. Senator Albers will attest. I sat in his office in early 2013, right after my son went into Jackson Diagnostics. I was a scared mother. He listened. I drew circles. I tried to show him, how do we connect all these resources to this problem that we have? And what is the real problem? The problem is public safety. The problem is public health. So currently, we have a crisis in our country that I don't think anybody's really paying attention to, although you're talking about a lot in these meetings. We have 3 or 4 things happening simultaneously in our country. Let's just talk about Georgia. The aging of the offenders. We talked about that. If you look at the age every year goes up little by little, which means healthcare costs rise, right? The aging of the facilities, we talked about that a lot today. These old decrepit facilities that we built during the tough on crime years, 30 and 40 years ago, are aging. Infrastructures are falling apart, not just prisons, but jails all over our country, Georgia in particular. And then the aging of the correctional officers out of the system in retirement. That's happening on a daily basis. And finally, the mass reentry that's happening in our country. Men and women that have done 20, 30 or more years are coming home in droves. They're coming home to no resources, no families, nothing. And they came from a system that didn't teach them anything. They did not rehabilitate them, excuse me, they did not cure or repair them. And it's not to the fault of this commissioner or this governor, or me or you. It's the fault of the laws of our country and our state. We've got to change some laws. And I do applaud the committee's desire to examine these issues and determine any legislative measures that are necessary to take. But we can't just determine, we have to make some changes. It's past time. My son died in August 2021. 3 years, just shy of 3 years after his release. I've worked with over 500 families. We just lost another one last week. We've lost from my personal company's families, we've lost 7 or 8 men to either overdose or murder upon return. So they're dying within that recidivist rate piece of time. So recidivism is kind of that 3-year window. These men are dying within that time, but they're not being calculated as a recidivist. My son was a recidivist. He died from fentanyl, heroin. So he was doing things that could have put him back in prison, but he passed away instead. So these are things we have to consider as well. When men and women come home and they're not connected to the resources that they need, that they desperately need, and when they're not told what they should do, you should get a job, and you should do this, and you should wear that, and you should behave like this. Instead, we need to ask them, what do you need? What are you good at? And when you see something successful, for instance, my son, when he was starting to excel, he was building really high-end wine cellars, and he loved it. He loved carpentry. We didn't understand that we needed to help him see, what does that look like to you in a career path? Because that was exciting him. Instead, his probation officer was saying, let's do a drug test, and let's do, just the opposite of what he really needed, what they all really need. So some of the things, and I'm not going to talk much longer, but some of the things I see, and I think everybody in this room, first and foremost, parole. That's why I sent you all that parole board year-end report 2023. Take a look at that. Look at the staggering numbers of people that went through the parole board. 17,600 reviews, 5 members. Do some math for me. That was 2023. How do we review anybody? We don't know. Nobody knows. They're not transparent. We have to have a complete overhaul of our parole board. We've got to get people out with marijuana and nonviolent charges. I have a couple, they're in their 50s. They got in for a marijuana charge. They got 10 to 3. Parole board just maxed them out. We thought they were coming home. They pushed them out to October 2026, their max out date. They're 50 years old, never been in trouble. They have marijuana charges. Granted, it was sale and distribution. They had just over the 10 whatever grams that pumped into that category. Why are they in prison? I can promise you Commissioner Oliver does not want them taking up his beds. Stop re-incarcerating people for technical violations of parole. Less than 12% of the returning prison population on parole are repeat or new offenses. The rest are technical violations, and they're taking up bed space. The conviction integrity unit in every county. Let's look at some sentencing. Let's have some second looks at things and who can we release? Get rid of mandatory minimum sentencing. They don't work. My son had one. The gate popped, but during his time in there, he did not care to do it. He did not have to perform. He said, Mom, I'm not mowing their lawn. I don't get paid and I don't get any performance incentive credits. Why would I do that? Raise the age. Quit locking up 17-year-olds like they're adults. Increase funding to necessary programs like RSAT. That RSAT program is a joke, not because of RSAT itself, because we don't understand that that's a get out of jail free card for those men and women. They're not really participating the way we need them to participate to get well and stay well. Come home and stay home. And then increase funding to programs and organizations like ours that do this really hard and dirty work every day for practically free. Give us some money to help you. And effectively invest in our communities. So put this money back into our communities. So those are things you hear. Accountability courts, pretrial diversion programs, policing alternative division programs, et cetera. Put the money back into the communities, keep the kids out of prison. So I'm here, I avail myself and my professionals on my team. If you look at our team, we have my CTO, son's a lifer. He's not going anywhere. I've got people on my team that did 30 years in prison. These are experts in the field. We avail ourselves to you to answer questions. We work with hundreds and hundreds of families. And Commissioner Oliver, I applaud him. He's my favorite commissioner so far. Sorry to the rest of you. Because I think he really cares about us as families and wants to hear our voices and wants to stop the us against them mentality, or the families lie. And no offense, senators, but I've heard it in many hearings over the years. One senator said, "Oh, my constituents, their family are all innocent." That's exactly what a senator said one time. Guess what? Sometimes they are. And sometimes they're over sentenced and sometimes they're overcharged. So believe us sometimes, trust us, because guess what? Those closest to the problem are closest to the solutions. And thank you for your time.
I do want to point out that people are here testifying. This is not a performance. This is a serious subject matter. And so let's remember that as we're in this room. Thank you, Kate. I appreciate you. Who's next? Southern Center for Human Rights. This Holly, please. You have a presentation?
I do. That's it
Okay.
right there.
If you want to come up and you can have a seat up here. Sit here in the middle at W3. We give you, yes, ma'am, give you an opportunity to be able to see your presentation as you go through.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
And how many minutes do I have?
Just
Okay.
presenting. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Atia Holly and I'm the Deputy Director for the,
Holly, will you pull that mic a little closer?
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Senator Jackson's a lot older than she looks.
I have to say that your child, it's amazing. I have 2 children and had they been in here with me, they would have shut this whole meeting down. So it's amazing what's happening over there. Do I need to push a button or?
No, ma'am. No,
Oh.
ma'am. You're on.
Okay. Good afternoon again. My name is Atia Holly, and I'm the Deputy Director for the Southern Center for Human Rights. We are a nonprofit law office less than a mile away from here that works to bring fairness and dignity to the criminal courts and carceral systems of Alabama and Georgia. And on behalf of the Southern Center, I thank this committee for inviting us to participate and to hopefully assist as you identify root causes and evidence-based solutions to the unceasing harm occurring in Georgia's prisons. The Southern Center's work confronting and demanding an end to human rights abuses on the inside has been going on for decades. But I just want to share just a few examples of the work that we've been doing to improve the treatment of incarcerated adults and children. As this committee knows, Lee Arundel was not always a women's prison. For decades, it was a men's prison. And when it was a men's prison, the state sent youth, young people, to the prison. And I was an investigator with the Southern Center at that time, and I interviewed numerous young people who were survivors of physical and sexual assault. Following our litigation, you can see the cover of one of our pleadings there. The state converted Lee Arundel to a women's prison, and we can talk a little bit more about how that panned out in a moment. We also push for an end to excessive, and unreasonable force by guards. One example of that is a suit that we brought in 2011 on behalf of 4 men who were housed at Hays State Prison, also up in North Georgia, who were beaten while handcuffed by officers. 3 of the 4 men were beaten to unconsciousness, and one of them had to have oral surgery. That suit resulted in a monetary settlement. Ensuring that people have adequate medical care, which I know is a topic during the earlier panel, is also a deep concern of ours. I'm showing you a picture here of Randall Davison, who is with his sister. We represented his sister, Miss Cindy, in a lawsuit because her brother died from sepsis after being denied medical care, in large part because there were no medical staff at the prison as he grew deathly ill over a weekend. That too resulted in a monetary settlement.
And what year was that? The
That was,
lawsuit?
oh, I'm sorry, 2016.
2016?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And returning to Lee Arundel, in 2021, short of litigation, we advocated on behalf of postpartum women held in shackles and in solitary confinement in violation of state and federal law. This article here is a very small screenshot, so I apologize for the small font, but it highlights what it calls the most disturbing and graphic allegations that we put in a letter to the warden at the time about the treatment of postpartum women and new mothers. To be more specific, we documented women who were forced to remove stitches with tweezers because they could not get adequate medical care. women who were sent to prison in the same bloodstained gowns that they delivered their babies in days and weeks after delivery. Women who survived emergency C-sections and were shackled and then forced to crawl into state transport vans. And new mothers who had just given birth and had their children taken away from them, placed in solitary confinement. Our advocacy and the bravery of the women who shared their stories led to changes in the treatment of new mothers. But we are still a long way from all women at the prison receiving the treatment that they are entitled to under our Constitution. Lee Arundel is not the only place where solitary confinement is alive and well. Before its closure in 2022, Georgia State Prison was also a place where solitary confinement was a routine practice. The irony of Georgia State Prison, or GSP as I'll call it, is that it was a, quote, special mission prison, meaning that its stated goal was to provide enhanced services and care to people with serious mental illness. The reality was that men with psychiatric disabilities were locked away in solitary confinement cells for months, sometimes years at a time. They were locked away in cells infested with rats and roaches that crawled on them while they tried to sleep. They were locked away in cells where the toilets wouldn't flush unless a guard outside of the cell did so. The problem was that this prison had a 70% staff vacancy rate, so the likelihood of having your toilet flushed on any given day was slim. We sued prison officials over the treatment of people in solitary confinement because the prison daily failed to live up to its special mission basis. Instead, they hastened people's decline without offering the semblance of care and treatment. Indeed, in the 2 years before the prison ultimately closed, a full third of all prison suicides occurred at GSP. And then there's a special management unit, and I'm sorry, committee, I think that the text is a little bit off, but you have the printouts in front of you. There's a special management unit that's at Jackson. And it's a daily feature of life at the special management unit, or the SMU, that people are held in solitary confinement. The country's foremost expert on solitary.
Excuse me, real quick.
Oh, I'm
Give
sorry.
me, you're an attorney, correct?
Yes.
Give me your definition of solitary confinement.
Solitary confinement, in our view and what we've seen in the cases, is where people are held.
No, not in your view. Is there a legal definition of solitary confinement?
Courts typically consider solitary confinement where people are held in their cells for 22 hours or more per day.
Okay. Does the federal government practice solitary confinement?
I think they currently do now. There was a push to try to end solitary confinement at the federal level, and I'm
Because
not sure if that.
I
if
think
that's
all
completed.
supermaxes are 22 and 2 or 23 and 1, right?
I can't speak to all supermaxes,
Okay.
but they are in that
Just-
range.
okay,
Yes.
thank
So it's cut off here, but in your printout, you can see that this quote here is from Dr. Craig Haney, who's one of the country's foremost experts on solitary confinement.
And who's he
He-
with?
I'm sorry?
Who's Dr. Haney with?
He is a professor at the University of Santa Cruz, but he has toured and studied
Prison?
dozens of prisons across the
Thank
country.
you.
Mhm.
Appreciate that.
And he spent some time in the SMU a few years ago, and he described it, as you can see here in this slide, as one of the harshest and most draconian such facilities he has seen in operation in this country, and that he saw things there he had never seen before. To mitigate the harmful effects of solitary at the SMU, we began advocating for the men at that prison in 2016. And the GEC ultimately agreed to a number of changes at that prison. And there are many in the lengthy settlement agreement that the agency signed, including a minimum of time out of cell, access to programming, access to a path out of the programs, so that people didn't just languish there for years and years to come. But this past April, a federal judge down in Macon found that the defendants from the GDC were in flagrant violation of the settlement agreement itself. Oops.
Are y'all the attorneys on that case?
Yes, we
Okay.
co-counsel with another office, but yes, we
Okay.
represent the plaintiffs in this lawsuit.
Okay.
I'm just going to show you just a couple of excerpts from the court's contempt order that was 100 pages, again, released this past April. He found that defendants violated nearly every requirement in the settlement agreement earlier on, and that they asked for an extension, which the court then granted, but not much had really changed. He goes on to say that the defendants continued to ignore and violate the court's injunction. And as the end of the injunction's term neared, it became clear to the court that defendants, in effect, were running a four corners offense and had no desire or intention to comply with the court's injunction. They would stall until the injunction expired. At the end, and it's cut off here in this slide, but the court then says the court can no longer tolerate the defendant's misconduct and holds the defendants in contempt.
And what were they held in contempt for?
for nearly every provision of the settlement agreement, which included
Yeah.
the failure to provide out-of-cell time as required under the settlement agreement, the failure to provide programming as required under the settlement agreement, the failure to document people's access to both out-of-cell time as well as to programming, the failure to ensure that there was a proper assignment process so that people who ended up at the SMU should have been in the SMU, and they
So
did.
the assignment, we're talking about classification.
Not so much classification, because there's a different process for being assigned to the SMU. There's a classification process for entering the Department of Corrections,
Correct.
sure, but then there's a separate assignment process for people who are then assigned to the SMU.
Right. And that process is in policy with
It's in
Georgia
the-
Department
it's
of
in the-
Corrections?
It's in the SOP,
Okay.
Yes,
good.
sir.
Thank you.
but there are a host of other violations that the court walked through in painstaking detail in its 100-page court order. In large part because, well, solely because the Department of Corrections officials have been in contempt of this settlement agreement in this case. This case continues. We continue to represent the men there
And-
with the
and-
hopes that
And when was this case filed?
it was filed in 2015 by a pro se litigant, and then the court asked us to step in to represent him in 2016. So we've been
Okay.
representing men there since 2016.
And so Commissioner Oliver was not there at the time.
He was not there at the time.
Okay,
No, we've
okay.
had multiple commissioners
Right.
come
okay,
through
Thank you. I appreciate
since
it. Yeah.
then. But yes, we continue to represent the men at the SMU, and we continue to advocate on behalf of multiple people across Georgia who are seeking better treatment within this agency. And I just want to drive home something that Ms. Boccia said a second ago, and that's come up here before. And that's just really the scope of the problem here in Georgia. Ensuring the state does not abandon its constitutional duty to protect incarcerated people is important in every single state, obviously, but it's especially so where the incarceration rate is among the highest in the world. I'm showing you a map that was put together by an organization, a separate organization called the Prison Policy Initiative. And I know that the font is incredibly small, so I apologize. But basically what it does is it treats every single state as if it were a country. And so each gray bar is a US state, and the orange bars are actual countries. I'm only showing you the top part of this graph because it goes on for row upon row upon row upon row. But what you can see here is that Georgia is ranked number 4 in its incarceration rate. And again, this is comparing Georgia to the United States, to El Salvador, to Rwanda, to multiple other countries in the world. So what?
I'm sorry,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman. Okay. 20,
I think it's from 2022 or 2023.
okay.
Yes. But I think if you look at their past graphs, you'll see that Georgia is consistently in the top 10. Well, our litigation is largely focused on facility-specific problems. So we sue about problems at specific prisons as opposed to statewide. We've also sounded the alarm about system-wide threats to the safety of incarcerated people in our state. Here's a cover of a report that we issued in 2014 about what we considered a crisis at that time. And there's a typo here, so I apologize. But when we authored this report, we were responding to unchecked death and indifference in the early to mid 2010s. That should say from 2010 to July 2014, 33 people have been killed along with 1 officer, and that was during a 4-year period. In 2012 alone, Georgia had more homicides in state prisons than many state prison systems had in the last 10 years, citing to multiple other states, including Louisiana, Mississippi, and some of our other southern neighbors. And then you can't see it here on this slide, but 3 times as many people were killed in Georgia prisons in 2012 than in the previous 10 years.
And when y'all did this study, and I'm assuming the study was done by your group,
Yes.
what do
based
y'all
on-
attribute the violence to, the increase in violence to?
At that time or now?
Now, I mean, you said 3 times as many people were killed in Georgia State prisons in 2012 than 2002.
Right.
So what do you attribute the increase in violence from 2002 to 2012 to?
We not having good access to the data in 2002, I think we just saw an increase in the proliferation of weapons. Understaffing was an issue, a lack of investigations into particular, into particular incidents, as well as a lack of rounds. I mean, there were things that were happening at the facility level as well as just broader, agency level that we
Right.
thought were contributing to this violence.
In hearing those answers, it seems like one consistent thing I hear is probably maybe not enough staffing,
That was an issue at the time.
because you said rounds and,
Right.
staffing and things of that nature.
Mhm.
Do you think, have y'all done anything to look at the evolution of prison populations as far as, community and social mores and norms and things, how they've kind of changed from, say, and trust me, my hair is white for a reason because I'm old, but from the 70s into the 2010s?
No, we haven't looked at community mores, Senator. What we did look at in 2014 when we wrote this report was the fact that, at least at that time, about 35% of the prison population had what you would consider quote unquote nonviolent offenses at that time.
Right.
And we thought that there should have been at that time, and continues to be, a need for there to be a better system for identifying people who might not need to go into the Georgia Department of Corrections, into medium security prisons and potentially close security ones, but are there alternatives to ensure that we are able to kind of like hone in on this population that we have, and it's not so bloated to the point where people can't be safe in our prisons. But to your question about community mores, we have not looked at that.
Okay.
I'm hopping forward a little bit now just to show that we sounded the alarm again in 2020. And this was obviously during the peak pandemic period. And this is a cover of a letter that we sent to the Department of Justice, in large part because of what we were seeing and numbers that were exceeding what we saw in 2014. You can see here at the top of this page, and again, some of the font is cut off, so I'll fill it in. But between January 1 and September 14th of 2020, during that 9-month period, 21 people were killed. And again, that is a huge departure from what we wrote about in 2014, where 33 people were killed during a 4-year period,
And when you say 21 people were killed, you're talking about murdered?
is our understanding. Yes. Yes. Not like suicides or any other kinds of
Right.
deaths, but
These are homicides.
exactly, exactly, according to Department of Corrections records. At least 19 people had died by suicide, which was twice the national average and twice the rate in Alabama's prisons. And I raise Alabama not only because it's our neighbor, but because they are farther along in their DOJ process than Georgia is. Like, they are defendants in a lawsuit that the DOJ has brought. And this bottom stat is cut off, so I'll just read that. More people were killed at individual prison of Macon State Prison down in Oglethorpe than were killed in multi-year periods in other state systems, including Arizona, Tennessee, Colorado, and Washington.
Now, to that stat there, what's the prison populations of those states?
I don't have them off the top of my head right now, Senator, but I can send them. But we try to identify states where there might be, well, they're not going to have the same population as Georgia, because Georgia is up there in
Were
its
we like number
population.
5 now, I think? or
We were
close?
number 4, I believe, in
Okay.
that chart I just showed you.
I'm just talking about statewide population. I think
4.
we're number 5, state population.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So,
I'm
no.
sorry.
So,
Population,
yeah, and then look
population.
at the prison population, because of the number, the graph you showed comparing Georgia to other countries, that was per capita, correct?
It was,
Yeah,
yes, I'm
okay,
sorry.
good. I just want to make sure we're tracking.
Yes, yes,
So,
yes, it was
yeah.
per capita, yes.
Make sure we're comparing apples to apples. Yeah, thank you.
So I think, I'm sorry, did you have a question? Okay. So at the time of the 2020 letter, we thought, or rather we hoped, that the conditions we were seeing couldn't get any worse. But I think that this committee exists in large part because they have. And I'm showing you numbers that are gleaned from Department of Corrections data, as well as a chart that they showed in an earlier committee meeting. And I think what we're seeing in this chart, and what we have seen in the last few years, is that this level of death and this level of suffering and this level of harm has become normalized. And as the conditions have worsened, so has transparency in 3 core respects. One is that the agency has stopped releasing press releases after people die in its custody. Now, transparency has been a focal point of our advocacy for at least a decade. In our 2014 report, we recommended, among other things, that the GDC release information about in-custody deaths of people in prisons consistent with security concerns. And the GDC heeded that advice for quite some time, releasing press releases like this one, which is from October 5th, 2020. But that practice has largely ceased in the last year. Take July 29th of 2024, this past summer. And again, I'm sorry that the text is jumbled up here. On that day alone, 3 people died in Georgia prisons. 2 people at Augusta State and another person at Wheeler. But there's not a single press release put out about these deaths in the Department of Corrections.
I don't have the commissioner here, so I just want to ask you real quick, what do you think the importance of putting a press release out about that is? Just curious your thought.
I mean, I think that as a general matter, transparency helps us understand the scope of the problem. And when we don't put out press releases and when the public isn't notified that people are dying in state custody, we not only we don't understand the scope of the problem, we're communicating that when people die in state prisons, the state does not care.
Do
We
you-
have to have a better to understand this problem. The public needs to know what is happening.
Do you think it would probably be wiser if they were going to put it out to first determine the cause of death and determine, you know, if it is a homicide, if it is, or should, if someone dies in state prison of natural causes, should that be a press release? Because that's someone in state custody.
I would think so. I mean, this is a state that prides itself on incredibly progressive and advanced open records laws. In every other regard, getting access to public information is a strong state consideration and priority. You
Well,
don't see it in the prisons.
But ma'am, we're not talking about public, we're not talking about open records. I mean,
I will in a second.
No, I understand. And you seem really excited and combative and really it's not
Combative?
that kind of meeting. What I'm trying to say is when we talk about releasing press releases, and listen, I worked with a very large jail where we had people die in jail. They died at their own hand, they died at the hands of others, and they died of natural causes. And some of the things we would have to get out there fairly quickly to make sure that they knew. Of course, there was consideration to family and next of kin and things of that nature too. But when we talk about open records, they're very, very much painted in a corner because Georgia has one of the, like you said, most progressive open record laws in the country.
Mhm.
But when it comes to situations of press releases, there is no public right to a press release. I mean, if I or any other citizen files an open records request, there are some very strict rules and laws that apply to how that's responded to. So I'm just curious as to, you know, my only question was how the importance of a press release on inmate deaths, because I mean, we have some medical facilities that house individuals who are there and will pass away. And I don't know that there is any value to that person's family to have something put out that, you know, Uncle Randy passed away of cancer while he was incarcerated. Chairman Albers.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Holly, for your testimony. I've actually inquired about this in the past as well, and what I have learned through this process is Senator Robertson alluded to this to some degree. If someone does die of natural causes, which happens, oftentimes we haven't been able to contact their next of kin. So just putting out a press release saying somebody had passed away in prison is something we would never want to do. And it's not really any different than when we have police actively investigating something that's outside of the wire, where that process would be typical of finding out who it is. But there's, I believe, a difference between reporting and a press release. So having reports available, whether it be on an annual, quarterly, or monthly basis of things that have happened, I think is very important and very transparent. And I completely agree on transparency. From an investigative perspective, one of the things we have invested highly in the last couple of years is breaking down the communication between people inside and outside of the wire. Smuggled in cell phones, drones, et cetera, have brought everything from contraband to people ordering hits inside and outside of prisons and all sorts of other nefarious acts. And the investigations team that we use both at the GBI, local law enforcement, and actually some of the best investigators are in our Department of Corrections, are coordinating those things together now to make sure that when this happens, we're hopefully not just getting the perpetrator, certainly, but we're stopping that from happening again in the future by dismantling. Most of the time, these are gangs. Criminal street gangs are the source of almost 90% of all the violence we have in this state. And that is certainly included into our prison system. So having a press release during an investigation is actually pretty prohibitive to the name what's going on at the time. Now, when it's closed, I think it should be a full layout unless there's ongoing things happening. And I can tell you right now, again, we've invested tens of millions of dollars in the breakdown of the technology and trying to stop the contraband and the other problems. We had some bad vendors coming, bringing things in. But a whole idea for us is to bring down the criminal enterprise that is feeding into that violence and nefarious acts. So just having a press release every time something happens sometimes can actually stifle the ability to solve the root cause of the problem. I share this with you because I asked the same questions you did, wanting to know how and why. And it is an imperfect system, undoubtedly. But I think, again, reporting and press releases maybe we should put those in separate buckets.
And I'll just respond to that and saying that you're absolutely right. There's no law that requires the issuance of a press release. My point is that for 10 years, the Georgia Department of Corrections issued press releases after a person died. And you don't have to state conclusively how that person died. But as a state, when people die on the taxpayer dime, citizens should know what is happening in facilities that we are paying for. And when you have to submit open records, or when the common person who doesn't even know how the Open Records Act works, they can't access those laws to file an open records request. That's something that we can do certainly as a law office, but a common person or a family in the community cannot do that. And we have to decide as a state whether we are going to opt for shielding this information from the public, particularly as the problems have grown worse and worse and worse, or whether we are going to be transparent as we are when people die in other state facilities.
But again-
That's my point.
And again, I think we separate reporting versus a press release. A report might come out at the end of the month, end of the quarter, end of the year that said these things happened, as opposed to it is today and this just happened and we don't want to somehow take away from would be an active investigation to get the perpetrators, which many times can be linked to other people inside or even outside of the wire. I mean, we had some folks that literally ordered hits in South Georgia from inside the wire to people outside of the wire. In fact, they ended up killing a Korean War veteran because they hit the wrong house.
I heard about that.
All right. So the whole goal is how do we take down that whole criminal gang enterprise at the same time? So again, I agree with you. I am 100% supportive. I think everybody here is on transparency, but I think a reporting solution is much better than having to do a press release, because if press releases come out nonstop, people will start ignoring them too. So I think there's a healthy balance of doing both, but I sincerely appreciate what you're saying.
And I couldn't agree more that a reporting system is absolutely vital in our state. It absolutely is. I am trying to ensure that the person on the street who does not have access to the types of information that we do is learning about what is happening in our prisons.
Yes, sir. Senator Harms.
Regarding the press release situation, if I may, what would it look like how would you develop a press release? How would you handle that, the death of an inmate, or regardless of what caused it? How would you handle that? What would be your strategy for doing that to make sure the public is informed? And secondly, how do we compare with other states in that same category?
Senator, I can't speak to how press releases are handled in other states. What I will say is that to your question about what we would do or what I would do what the Department of Corrections did for over a decade in releasing press releases, where they had ones like this, where they made clear that a death was under investigation. They named the person who died, the facility where it happened, the date that it happened, and said that otherwise the GBI is investigating the matter.
Yes, ma'am. You're on 9.
Thank you. And just to be clear, that practice, in your opinion, would that practice be any different than if there were some type of violent activity that happened outside of the wire and the newspaper would report allegedly somebody committed a murder, but it's still under investigation? Are we asking for a process that's actually any different than what happens on the outside of a prison?
In a lot of ways, no. And I'm glad that you brought that up, because when I was combing through the press releases that the Department of Corrections does put out, and here's just a few examples of them, staff changes, promotions, and et cetera. There was one where the GDC announced that there had been this huge contraband discovery and confiscation. And so to the senator's concerns about there being security issues with this, the GDC has no problem announcing when they have gone after contraband seizures and such. And so that's being put out. I would think that the deaths of people in state and citizen-funded facilities, in the same way that people, when children die in foster care, that should be alerted to the public.
So you equate an announcement of a contraband recovery the same as the death of somebody inside of a facility?
I am solely answering Senator
Right.
Albert's concern about there being security
Yeah.
concerns with this. And so if we are talking about where contraband has been found,
Right.
where we're going, it's no different to me than talking about someone who has died in custody
Right.
and saying that it's under
No,
investigation.
and I think to his point, saying that the Department of Corrections was proactive, went in, recovered a bunch of contraband, whether it be shanks or weapons or anything else.
Right.
I think that would help the security of the prisons to say that, okay, they're on their job, they're making it safer, this kind of stuff, as opposed to and particularly I want to focus on homicide because I know that's the big concern that at the beginning of a homicide, sometimes if you put out there that you're investigating it, first of all, protecting the next of kin and all that has to be paramount.
I agree.
And I know
I agree.
we all do. But the second part is you don't want to put something out that may hamstring the investigation either, because we know information gets in and out of the prison like fluid. So you don't want to hinder those investigating. And I believe the vast majority of the investigators now with the Georgia Department of Corrections are trained by or with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. So I think they have taken that up. And again, the commissioner had another obligation today, and how things were done the past 10 years. I'm not exactly sure when he came in. I think it was 2 years ago, maybe. I think
It's
was it
relatively
three,
recently.
3 years ago.
Yeah.
So, that I'm sure dealing with a behemoth that is the Department of Corrections takes a while to review all the policies. But I appreciate your concern as far as that goes. And as average Joe citizen that I've been in the past with labor issues and everything else, I became very in tune with filing open records requests and I enjoy the fact when I can tell a regular citizen how, hey,
Yes.
it's really simple to do. I'll send you and you can file it. It's your government, you own it. And so giving people the opportunity, once they discover it, they feel a whole lot better knowing they have that stick
Right.
to hold against their government. So
I couldn't agree more. We
I
do the same
appreciate
thing.
that.
We do the same thing at our office. We
Good.
try to educate people about the open records process because it really is a strong tool. The next category of that reflects declining transparency is really the GDC's waning willingness to even note how people have died. And I think that some of this will likely carry over from our previous discussion. But for years, the Department of Corrections released mortality reviews and lists like that on the left-hand side, where they would have the name of the person, the date of death, the facility where they died, and the manner of death. And you can see, this is just one page out of many. And so this is not a comprehensive report, but you can see that there are several categories in which people's deaths fall. Suicide, natural, undetermined, and homicide, I believe. More recently, the reports, the mortality reviews that are available to the public through the Open Records Act looks like the one on the left-hand side. And again, I know this font is microscopic, so I apologize. But what you see here is the name of the person, the facility where they passed, their GDC number, and the date and their age. We no longer have access to the cause of death. And we appreciate when we got versions of those records like the one on the left-hand side, there were quite a few where it was undetermined, it was still pending, it was not clear. But now we get none of that information. And so to the senator's question and concern about transparency, this is a huge matter for us because we can't even gauge how many people have allegedly died from suicide, from homicide, et cetera. And I just wanted to note, the commissioner made a comment to the AJC recently, well, about 6 months ago, about the change in policy. And he said that they are trying to, I think to one of the senator's points, wait until there is an official cause of death determined by the coroner, what have you. And while I appreciate that, and we are incredibly sensitive to that, the Department of Corrections has released data breaking down these categories, even in 2024. And I believe this is a graph that was shown in an earlier committee meeting. And so it breaks it down by homicide and suicide, accidental death, even in 2024. So if there is truly a concern for jumping the gun and determining the cause of death too soon, it certainly doesn't apply to their documents, but it does when we request, no, you're fine. It's been incredible this whole time. But there's certainly almost a double standard when we request this information versus when they publish it.
Now, this mortality report that was shown earlier, it doesn't have any names on it, right?
No, it does
Yeah,
not.
okay.
It does not. The last point I want to make is about the cooperation with the DOJ's investigation. And I heard the chair say earlier that we're not going to delve too much into that, but I do want to make a couple of points about this. If you've had a chance to review the report, you saw the painstaking detail in which the DOJ talked about the problems in the state agency. If you haven't had a chance to read it, I strongly encourage you to do so. But beyond the sheer volume of death and suffering that's captured in the DOJ's findings was this unfortunate account of how it took federal court intervention to get even the most basic information from the Department of Corrections. I'm showing you a couple of excerpts from the report where they talked about how the GDC refused to produce most of the requested materials, and they had to seek intervention from the federal court in the Northern District here on Spring Street to get access to certain documents. Prior to the entry of an order allowing the DOJ to get access to vital documents and even access to facilities, the GDC prohibited them from talking from staff. And they go on to say that although they eventually started fulfilling document requests, they still haven't produced large swaths of documents that the DOJ has requested. And they go on to say, and again, this is cut off at the bottom of the slide, that this entire process was unnecessarily contentious and lengthy. The GDC at this point should be asking for help from the GDC or from the DOJ, not pushing it away. And I'm about to close, Chairman, but I just wanted to make a couple of points, and I think I referenced this very briefly a little bit earlier. One of the common refrains about where we are with our prison population and why we have some of the conditions that we have is that it's because of gangs and violent convictions, or at least the rates at which people were convicted of violent crimes that landed them in prison. And the DOJ looked at this issue and they found that the increase was largely modest, from 51% of the GDC population that has violent offenses to 56% in 2023. And again, when we wrote our 2014 report about violence, we found that the prison population at that point that was quote unquote nonviolent for drug offenses, DUI, like things that are largely considered nonviolent in our code, property crimes, for example, but the rate at that point was around 35%. And the DOJ in its report looked at national data and mortality data and found that the homicide rate in Georgia's prisons was much higher than other states when you factor in crime and prison population and such. And so we would just question whether the crime, the crime of conviction and such is a large factor in what we're seeing here. Chair and committee, the problems plaguing the GDC are many. We implore this committee to analyze the institutional factors that are keeping the GDC in the courts, keeping the GDC in the press, and keeping it in its outlier status as one of the most dangerous agencies in the country. And we would just offer that, just in terms of some recommendations, we would offer that there be a population study to evaluate whether there are people who have lower classifications who might succeed outside of our broader state prison system, require that immediately require that all counts are conducted within the prisons to ensure that people are safe, investigate incidents of harm, not only for prosecution, but to determine trends and preventative steps that can be taken going forward. And I think to Ms. Botcha's point, that there be collaboration amongst all stakeholders to address this crisis that we have.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Do y'all get the monthly report that the Department of Corrections puts out that lists all many data points of those incarcerated, to the point of, which I found somewhat humorous, even the professed faith of everybody in there?
They're on their website.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
on their website. We look
Yeah,
at
that's
those
what I'm saying,
regularly.
yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking that has some in there. And just to be clear, and I know you didn't mean to say it, but no one is in prison for DUI. Yeah, I know that was just a
I'm sorry.
misstep.
It
I just want
was
to make
a
sure, because
misstatement. I
we're being
appreciate
recorded.
you-
Yeah.
you catching
No, I
that.
understand that. And on property crimes, the vast majority of those probably are burglaries and things of that nature, I think. But again, I'd love to look at those numbers along with you. And I think that's good. Senator Jackson, number 9.
Yes, thank you. So the numbers that you are citing in terms of nonviolent offenders is around 36%
That was back in 2014.
in 2014.
Mhm.
So the data we were provided says that the nonviolent offense population is at 26%. Currently, that it's
Okay.
currently at 26%. And therefore that the violent population has increased since 2012. I heard Mr. Chairman ask the question about like mores and have you considered what those are about? I fundamentally don't believe that people are more violent today just because like than they were 100 years ago. I think violence is violence is violence. But I am curious if you all have any thoughts about the increased number of murders. That isn't like, oh, people are just more violent or people are more gang involved, because I don't think that's actually fundamentally true. Is there any correlation between understaffing and violence? Any correlations between the ability to get contraband in or not? Just like I think we're trying to find some explanations for why people are less safe in our prisons. And I'm curious if you guys have some ideas about what that is beyond just, oh, there are more gang involved people, because we have stats that indicate that that's not significantly.
Right. I agree. The staffing issue is very real, and it's very, very real.
Mhm.
And I mentioned GSP a few minutes ago, or maybe it was 20 minutes at this point, I'm not sure. But at the time that we sued, 70% staff vacancy rate at that prison.
Mhm.
And there are a host of prisons that are around that number, 50%, 60%. And so people cannot be safe when there are not guards at work, right? When you have one guard staffing 2 dorms, I think that's absolutely a factor. I think that, and when you don't have guards, you aren't able to get to medical. You're not able to get your toilet flushed. You're not able to get to programming. So it certainly has this trickle down effect, absolutely. But even in places that do have better staff, there is a severe shortage of programming, and people are not getting access to the tools that they need to see a life for themselves outside. And I think there's this combination of factors, like Ms. Baccia said as well, where people are just serving longer periods of time, and there's a loss of hope, right? And there's more people serving longer periods of time. And so as long as we're feeding people into this system where they don't see a path out, people are going to grow hopeless. And we have a system that largely depends a lot on solitary confinement. And I know there's a lot of debate around that, but there's no debate among experts that it is a harmful practice. And I don't think that locking people away in isolation for months or even sometimes years is going to really do anything to solve the violence problems or the death problems in our state, because people will almost certainly come out worse than they are. And so we need to find alternatives to that process as well.
And then can you speak to are people being denied parole more regularly than they were in the past? So I understand that sentencing is longer on the front end, but also I heard Ms. Baccia say, we had somebody who we expected to be released, but the parole board maxed them out, and so they're going to stay longer. Are people being held longer, are being denied parole more often than they were at one time? Are we seeing more, not just longer sentencing, but also longer time being in prison? And also, I get letters from people who were sentenced for life sentences under old rules where they were eligible for parole 9 years later, but they keep getting set off and set off and set off. Are we seeing more people set off? Can we just speak to what the parole situation, the parole situation is? Because I do see parole as being one of those hope givers or potential spaces for people to find some hope. But is that light being diminished over time, or are we seeing consistent levels of parole over time? I don't even know if you have the expertise to answer that question.
I was gonna say, yeah, have y'all researched the parole compared?
We do parole work, but I honestly have not compared the rates now to 10 or 15 years ago. I will say that you hit on a good point that it's harder for people have to wait longer to be considered for parole, depending on the nature of their charge. And so, like you said, if they were serving a life sentence and they were convicted in 2002, for example, they might have had to wait 14 years. Post 2006, now have to wait 30, and that's for certain offenses, right? And so I think that's an issue. And we have more people, we're pouring more people into this system who are serving longer, they're serving recidivist sentences, non-parolable sentences that the parole board can't even touch. But we are seeing that it is hard to get parole in this state. It is really hard, but I can't do a comparator between now and 20 years ago.
Yeah, or even from our state compared to other states, you
Right.
don't have.
I
a
would have to
sense
look
of-
into that more specifically to make an, to give an educated
Yeah.
response.
And Mr. Chairman, that is something I think that we should take into consideration. And I know our time as studying is running out, but, what's happening on the parole side?
Well, and I know that Georgia, a few years ago, we were doing something, I think Senator Anderson was on the committee with us at that time. Georgia has more people serving sentences outside of prison
Yeah.
than most states do, if not all states do. So I think that's something worth looking into, but we do have to remember that when you go to a parole hearing, the person inside goes and they make their pitch.
No, to be clear, they do not go.
Somebody goes as an advocate
There's
for
no
the
hearing.
There's no
well,
hearing.
Okay, let me start by saying this. Let me start by saying this. The parole hearings that I've been to with the victims' families, there were advocates there for the person inside. And they gave their testimony as to why the person should be. And I've sat over to the side and watched families give their version of the impact that the person inside had on their family. So I want to be clear as we go through this process. I agree with you. It's something worth looking at, and it's numbers that need to be explored. And I think by December 13th, we'll have some of those numbers to look at and discuss. But one thing I do not want to get lost in the process when we start talking about violent criminals and others is that there are victims on the other side of this that aren't always the state of Georgia, even though most court documents we see is state of Georgia versus whomever. There are living, breathing human beings who have suffered from people on the inside. And so as we go through this process and people can come up and say how they feel, and that's the whole purpose of this. And as they say it, we take notes and we research it to try to find it, because I guarantee you as many letters as you're getting and I'm getting, I hope everybody else on the committee is getting as many also. Because I have a pen pal now that is not in prison, but he's in a large county jail. And apparently I'm his favorite friend now because I get letters about everything now. But and I respond back. So I appreciate that. Well, listen, I hope you're here. Oh, yes.
So I'm not sure if the message is getting out as it should. There are two bills that I know that I worked on, Senate Bill 288, which is a expungement restriction bill that will allow for persons with some misdemeanors and nonviolent felonies to have their records.
Fantastic.
Yes, I am the Senator Anderson. I'm the author.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's another bill, Senate Bill 105, which shortens probation time. People are eligible for. So I'm putting it out there so that, our prisons are crowded for lots of reasons.
Yes.
But I'm putting that out there as a tool so that people can have some type of hope and relief on those nonviolent and those minimal offenses that they probably shouldn't even be there for.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. And thank you. I appreciate you, Ms. Holland.
Mr. Chairman, I also just want to, I think, speak for the record that the process that you have seen in terms of parole hearings is not what we have the data here, but all 17,000 people that go up for parole every year, they're not getting that same extensive hearing process. And so I think that that's important to name, because there are a lot of people who are parole eligible who get set aside and they don't ever have a reason for that. And I understand we have secrecy and all of those things, but that is a source it's a real pain point, not just for the families who are on the outside, but for people who are on the inside, who have been working really hard, who might have all the pick points, who have found a way to get into all the programs. And no, there's not somebody who gets to go and put the case before the parole
Right.
board on their behalf.
No, and they put the case before, but I want to point out the 17,000 cases that they review. Look, I get probably 6 letters a year when certain individuals come up for the opportunity. And the reason I get it either because I worked on a case or because of something else. And I know that family members get that too. And family members are able to write letters. They don't get to go sit in front of them and all this other stuff, just as the way the person on the inside does. So I want to be clear that my point is while we say these 17,000 people get the opportunity, and many of them, the opportunity doesn't come, that there is an other side of the story too.
Sure.
and we cannot let the other side of the story fall through the cracks is my on that. And so, and the cases I'm talking about are the cases where I sat in the room, fly on the wall back in the corner and listened to the process. So, but I appreciate that. And Ms. Holly, we hope we see you back, on the 13th if you don't have anything better to do. You're welcome back. Thank you. Who's next?
Matthew Charles.
Matthew Charles with Families Against Mandatory Minimums. So you have a presentation? Just a letter? Okay, just, up the podium, I apologize. I asked her if you had a PowerPoint and she said no. So, yeah, we got 10 minutes and then we'll get everybody out of here and baby Jackson can be happy again.
Thanks, Chair Robinson and the members of this committee. My name is Matthew Charles. I was sentenced to 35 years in federal prison for nonviolent offenses in 1996. I served 22 years before becoming the first beneficiary of the First Step Act signed into law by President Donald Trump in 2018. I was honored to attend the State of the Union address as President Trump's guest in 2019. Since then, I've traveled the country speaking with governors, state, and federal lawmakers about my experiences. I testify before this committee on behalf of FAM, a nonpartisan nonprofit organization that advocates sentencing and prison policies that protect public safety and are individualized, fair, and preserve families. Our membership in Georgia is primarily comprised of families with incarcerated loved ones whose top concern is their loved one's safety, health, and rehabilitation. Many of these families say that Georgia prison system is not delivering those basic needs, and by not doing so, this causes a negative ripple effect within families and communities throughout the state. We ask this committee to visit state prisons and speak to line staff and incarcerated people in small group private settings so they can speak freely without risk of retaliation and hold a series of closed door listening sessions. Ones for families, correctional line staff, incarcerated people, formerly incarcerated people, advocacy groups, and other stakeholders. Just like the two people that spoke before me, we need to bring all the stakeholders to the table to hear their voice so it won't be one-sided. Similar to how the Bureau of Prisons Director Colette Peters has done and also began work on independent prison oversight on your state prison system. We will be happy to facilitate expert testimony on how this could be scaled and managed here in Georgia. I'm here to speak a little bit about the Federal Prison Oversight Act. The Federal Prison Oversight Act is a model that can be replicated here in Georgia. The act was passed in Congress by a vote of 392 to 2 and signed into law in July of 2024, which every member of the Georgia Federal Congressional Delegation voted for in response to the dire conditions in the Federal Bureau of Prisons, which is 3 times larger than Georgia's prison system and has many of the same problems as the state prisons here. The FPOA, which is the Federal Prison Oversight Act, earned broad support from federal correctional staff, Conservative Political Action Conference, Faith and Freedom Coalition, National District Attorneys Association, and more. Georgia is ready for independent prison oversight and should look to the Federal Prison Act as that model. In a national poll, over 80% of Americans agree that every prison system should have independent oversight. An oversight ombudsman will help this committee by presenting unbiased and accurate information, helping you to do your work more effectively. It will create transparency in the Georgia prison system and benefit correctional staff as well as families of those that are incarcerated and those who are incarcerated. Georgia's prison system has an annual budget of $1.3 billion, with around 47,000 people incarcerated in its custody and nearly 7,000 employees. And at the same time, Georgia Department of Corrections is in the middle of what may be its deadliest year, because close to 170 people have died while in custody this year, with at least 24 of them being murders. The state of Georgia, like many other states, have severe staffing shortages and violence that affect prison staff, incarcerated people, and their family. We also hear there's also many reports detailing the lack of medical and mental health care in the facilities and a lack of educational and vocational programming. As I listened this morning, I heard the people speak about some of the things that were taking place with the medical and mental people that are incarcerated. But the disconnect is what happens in the main or central office is sometimes not what actually takes place in every corner of the state. That's the reason we need all the stakeholders here so that you can hear from everybody. The Federal Prison Oversight Act is replicable. Historically, the Federal Bureau of Prisons operated with little to no oversight, and the result has been disastrous for correctional staff, incarcerated people, and their families. Just like in Georgia, the FBOP has been plagued with crumbling infrastructure, violence, systemic sexual violence against incarcerated people, and chronic understaffing that threatens the safety and the rehabilitative mission of corrections. And violence against staff and incarcerated people has increased. The LPOA contained two main provisions to improve safety and accountability of the federal prison system. It tasked the Inspector General with comprehensive risk-based inspections of all facilities and to provide recommendations to address them, and that corrective action be taken within 60 days. They will look into issues that adversely affect the health, safety, welfare, and rights of staff and incarcerated people, and report its findings to Congress and the public. I thank this committee for allowing me to testify on behalf of those Georgians and their families, because independent prison oversight benefits everyone it touches. Correctional staff at any prison facility deserve a safe, healthy work environment and need a place to go to file their complaints. Incarcerated people have a constitutional right to a safe, healthy, humane prison environment and also need a place to go when the prison grievance process breaks down or is abused, or they have no safe place to turn to. Families of those incarcerated need someone to call when they cannot get help or information regarding their loved one, in spite of following all Georgia Department of Corrections rules and policies. Independent prison oversight will increase professionalism at every level, limit lawsuits and payouts, and prevent some of these abuses from occurring. We will be happy to facilitate expert testimony on how this could be accomplished in Georgia, and I thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Charles. I appreciate that
All right.
very much. You got a question? Yeah.
Mr. Charles, early when you introduced yourself, you said that you were one of the first people to be released as a result of President Trump's, the former and soon to be President Trump's First Step Act. Can you speak more to, is that something that we might be able, that you could see being implemented in Georgia? Are there things that we can learn from that that could be helpful for our state, for people who are in state custody as opposed to federal custody?
I would say yes, in a way. The First Step Act, even though I was the first beneficiary of it, I stated I served 22 years before I was released. The First Step Act was the first real look into the federal prison system that put the focus back on rehabilitation as opposed to incapacitation. We've heard people here speak about the long sentences, the overcrowding, the unnecessary sentences, and oftentimes we fail to realize that sometimes those that are incarcerated no longer need to be there. So what the First Step Act did, it actually put the focus back on rehabilitation. It started to give people an incentive to behave better as well as to take programming. And in doing so, they were able to receive a certain amount of time off of their sentence. So that's definitely something that, like I said, I was the first beneficiary of it because one of the prongs of it made retroactive the crack to powder cocaine changes, which I received a sentence of 20 years more because I sold crack as opposed to powder cocaine. But the First Step Back is definitely something that I'm proud of. I think the president and his administration was proud of. He was proud of it enough to allow me to attend as him and his wife Melania's guests at the State of the Union.
Thank you, Mr. Charles.
And one
Go
more
ahead, yeah.
question. Are there other states that do have an oversight board for their states' prison systems, or is this something that you all are trying to kind of roll out across the nation?
We're definitely attempting to get every state to adopt it, but there are certain states, we know that Indiana has it. We know that New Jersey has it. We know that Pennsylvania has it. We know that Virginia has it. So there's states that actually have it. But the biggest contention that we often receive whenever we start speaking about independent prison oversight is the word in itself, oversight. Nobody wants to have somebody looking in over them, but it's not somebody looking in over them. It's somebody coming in to assist them. This ombudsman will be able to go in, inspect, investigate, recommend, make suggestions, and then require changes. Anytime that you have a business, as I stated, the state of Georgia spends over 1.3 billion annually on corrections. It will only take, I think, probably 0.1 to 0.2% of their annual budget to create an ombudsman's office. But again, that office is someone who works in consistency with the Department of Corrections, not against it. It's not a fault-finding agency.
Ms. Charles, I believe Illinois may have an ombudsman system too. Who does the ombudsman report to?
The ombudsman, he reports to the Attorney General, the Governor's Office, the legislature, as well as make that report in public.
So is he or she a state employee?
It can be a state employee, but it's an independent office. So in other words, it's not someone that's in the Department of Corrections, but it could be whoever it is that you select to be that ombudsman, but they have to be independent because we know that oftentimes people are not going to report the bad things about themselves.
That's right. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. Charles, if I may ask you, usually, isn't it true that normally the ombudsman is a community attached person who is a volunteer normally, who has that advocacy, or they have an organization that represent prisoners or inmates in certain other aspects, but they usually come from the outside, not within the DOC or the state for that matter?
Yes, we're definitely an outside person, and that would be up to you all to decide who it was that you would select as an ombudsman, but it has to be someone that's independent of whatever it is that they're investigating.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my question is, what state did you say you were incarcerated in?
I did federal time, so
Oh,
I was actually in the federal system. You
Okay.
can be sent to any. So I was at like 5 of them. Okay.
it's okay. I thought you were saying Georgia, but I just thank you.
Oh, no. I went
Just
through,
okay.
Atlanta, Georgia's processing center
Okay,
as I was being sent somewhere else. Okay.
okay, thank you. You didn't have to.
Also, I appreciate your
All right,
time.
thank you for having me.
Yes.
It's not for him, no, so you can, I'm just curious, I know that we have, an infant mortality review panel that studies, infant deaths across the state of Georgia. We also have, legislation that enables us to have a maternal mortality review panel, that has its own problems, but nonetheless it exists. I'm curious if that might be something we might consider as a mortality review panel for our DOC or for our state institutions. So I know that's not oversight, that's not where he is, but at least that we can begin to
Yeah.
review
Well,
those mortalities.
and I've started,
He's sad.
Senator Anderson says you're squeezing him too tight. So motherly advice across the way. But I want to remind everybody, I'm already starting to get recommendations from committee members. So please make sure you get them in so that we can discuss them coming up. And our next meeting will be Friday, the 13th of December. And so I look forward to seeing everybody there. That was the last person we had on our agenda for today. God bless you all and stay safe.